say when, boss.
You just tell us when.
Okay, I'm clicking live.
We'll be able to plug in here the charger.
Okay, we are live. So we're live, eh?
Right, very good afternoon from Killarney International Raceway, home of the Western Province Motor Club and the ROK National down in Cape Town this afternoon. Mike Side, Francois Butler bringing to you the live stream. And we've got a lovely production going here today. We've got the drone up in the sky, as currently as you see on the picture. The drone having a look at the pit lane there. The carters getting ready to come out for their timed practice. So it's the OKJs. They'll be ready to come out for the time practice. You see the ROK banner up there, the little bridge that they've put up. A little bit gusty here at Killarney this afternoon. You can see the clouds there over Table Mountain. A stiff southeaster blowing, probably about 22 kilometers an hour. But nonetheless, the drone pilot doing some sterling work out there. That drone is not even motioning. And some lovely pictures being fed out to you there. We'll let you know what is happening. They're currently busy with their qualifying. And we'll give you the qualifying times. You are welcome, obviously, to go to the ROK Cup Essays page. And the live timing, you can click on it and you can actually see what's happening as you see the carters coming out onto the circuit. We'll let you know who's competing there as they work their way around the circuit. You'll also get a bit of background noise of the carts out on circuit this afternoon. As we sit up on the balcony, there you see the balcony with the tent, the FTW tent. That is where we are on the left-hand side of your picture. As you see a bit of drone coverage, the carts going into the 180s. And they're about to start their practiced qualifying. And we'll let you know how that one all pans out as they work their way around the circuit. So, lots happening out there this afternoon. We'd like to also thank our sponsors that have come on board. They will be making sure that we can facilitate this race this afternoon. And we'll let you know exactly what's happening. Well, racing's to commence at approximately 11:30. But out there at the moment, Jason Macbeth. Well, we'll give you the name. Casey Enzer-Smith out there, Jaden Goosen, Jason Macbeth, Ethan Steer, Misha Williams, Tyler Robinson, Divyan Naidu, Nicholas Roos, Taya van der Laan, Luca Worley, and Lawandle Pooley is out there as well. So we expect a lot happening out there as they're timing, and the times are swapping and changing at the moment. On the front row there still is Casey Enzer-Smith with a 43.7. So the gauntlet being laid down pretty early this Saturday. And they'll all be out there making sure that the racing is be out the top draw. Casey Enzer-Smith, as I say, they're now on a 43.75. Jason Macbeth going up on a 42.2. So already he's starting to show what's happening. But Casey comes straight back on a 41.7. Now let me tell you something, folks. Anything below 40 seconds is absolutely mind-blowingly fast around the circuit. And already the guys posting some good times there. Casey Enzer-Smith with a 41.7. Jaden Goosen on a 41.9. Luca Worley jumping up to a 41.9 as well. So it's all happening out there. Like I say, go to ROK Cup SA. Have a look at their timing screen. You can share what I'm seeing and what you're seeing. As we see the drone taking the carts down there into the turn number 5. And they go down into what we know as Golf Club. It looks like a little end of a golf club there. As you see, they'll roll around there into Boggs Bend. And you watch the cart come through there, through the sweep, past the pit lane. It'll hook left and then hook right down onto the main straight. The drone giving you a couple of the pictures coming in there. Some beautiful shots from the drone. The drone pilot sitting not too far away from me, concentrating the sweat on his brow as he tries to keep that drone nice and steady. And some beautiful live feed here from Killarney International Raceway down in Cape Town. And you see there with Table Mountain in the background as the drone moves down the back straight towards turn number 5, and that's that golf club turn. You see the carts rolling around. They're coming out through Boggs Bend. Yeah, they come down towards us through the sweep. They hang a left and then a right. There you see the drone. There you see our tent on top of the balcony to your right hand side. That's where we're sitting our commentary position today. We're watching the feed as you are watching it, and already the carts rolling out. They'll come out the short straight now into the 180 complex. And there's still Casey Enzer-Smith on a 41.7. He leads out there from Jaden Goosen, Luca Worley on a 41.9, Jason Macbeth 42.2, Ethan Steer 42.3, Lawandle Pooley 42.4, Tyler Robinson, Taya van der Laan, Nicholas Roos is in there on a 43.4, Divyan Naidu 44.1, Misha Williams, we don't see the time there, it's grayed out unfortunately. Simone Jacobs on a 46.082. So 12 competitors in there, and possibly some of the carters off the circuit at the moment as we watch them roll up towards holes. There you see the kink. That's where that's our from our commentary position towards the kink. That's our balcony view camera that's giving you that feed there. You see the 180s to your left as they roll around. They'll come out the 180s. There they will hang a left and a right down onto the back straight, and they're all pushing very hard. So qualifying, Casey Enzer-Smith, the man with the better time at the moment of a 41.7. He's looking pretty rock solid there. And Jaden Goosen there on a 41.9. Not too far off, 200ths of a second. Nothing to be sneezed at when it gets down to race time. It's going to be absolutely nail-biting stuff. Luca Worley, good to see him. Up there on a 41.9. Jason Macbeth, well, he's been getting a lot of practice of late. 42.2, not too far off, 500ths of a second. There's nothing in it. Ethan Steer right there with him. So too Lwandle Pule. Tyler Robinson in there. Taya van der Laan, Nicholas Roos, Vivian Naidu, Misha Williams, and Simone Jacobs all out there. Jacobs. So it's all happening here at Kalani this afternoon. You can see the weather not too bad, just a little bit gusty. So you might get a little bit of wind noise in the background, maybe not. And a few cars. There's also a track day taking place here, so we excuse all the background noise. We're not inside the building. We're sitting under a beautiful gazebo as we're watching the racing. Obviously, with the racing, the cameras will be more active. So we're just keeping an eye on the times there. Casey Enzer-Smith still in that 41.7 unopposed. They still got 4.5 minutes of qualifying left. And like I say, go to rockcup.co.za, ROKCUP.co.za. We will give you the live feed stream code for those that don't have it. We will be publishing that a little bit later, so we'll let you know what's happening there. Well, it's all happening here this afternoon. We're going to get that stream and we'll give you the address as the afternoon goes on. Right, so still qualifying taking place. Just under 4 minutes left. Casey Enzer-Smith still out there on pole position on a 41.7, looking pretty solid. And the cart's out there still qualifying. It's almost like a race. You chase down your opposition, see if you can better your time. And, well, we'll have to see how that one pans out as the afternoon rolls on. Right, so not too much happening in the timing department. And we'll Casey Enzer-Smith, Jaden Goosen there on P2, Luca Worley 3, Jason Macbeth 4, Ethan Steele, Lwandle Pule, Tyler Robinson, Taya van der Laan, Nicholas Roos, Vivian Naidu, Misha Williams, and Simone Jacobs.
It's on the ROK. It should be on their website or on their Insta account. Maybe the two of you want to sit and just chat ROK and chat sort of classes for the day, what we're expecting, because obviously we've got nearly 2 running now. I'd rather talk ROK. Get your chair.
But tell me that we put on the list by Jenny David. Jenny David. Yeah, alright.
I'm going to put Dave next to you, and while we wait, while DD2, maybe you guys can chat Rock. We're going to get him a mic. No, maybe scoot up a little bit, we get you next to him here. Yeah. Lekker.
Tasty.
Currently, Rolf Schumacher will be watching the live stream. For the win, that's Gary's business. Seven points. Rock Cup.
Everything else is set up.
Cross Rolf is myself. Medical aid, life insurance, investments. Okay.
Do you want a microphone stand?
No.
Right, folks, while you listening to the stream, joining me here now is a man who's been involved in karting, I believe, and racing longer than I care to remember, Mike Walker. So welcome here. And your business today, sponsoring, you're one of the co-sponsors here today, Mike, you from Southern Cross Wealth. And the ROK Cup today sponsored by Vortex, together with 7 Films, Ralph Schumacher Karts, and For the Win Racing. Those are all our onboard sponsors. We will be mentioning as the day goes on. Mike, just give us a little bit of history from your side in terms of now that you're involved. You're on the other side of the fence, so to speak. You're not in the. You were in the cart about 2-3 weeks ago, and your body took a bit of a pounding, I do believe. Well, I can't blame you. If I had to get in the cart, I'll do 2 laps, and then my ribs would probably feel like they're broken. So. Just let us know now that you're on the other side of the fence sponsoring. Why are you involved, and what do you see going forward now?
Okay, well, I got involved when Gary Lennon, who is from For the Win, he took over the ROK series in December last year, and he asked me to assist with the organisation of the nationals for this year.
Great, and your expectations? I mean, we see a hell of a turnout here today. I mean, there's close to 100 entries here today, and how do you think the series is going to grow? What are your expectations going forward?
Yes, I think particularly given the COVID sort of effect on our economy, to have a national with the amount of competitors we've got. If we look at in the mini rock class, we're sitting with I think 22 competitors. And those competitors are covered almost within a second of each other, so expect very close racing. And then the KZ class, which is like the Formula One of karting in South Africa, that class as well. We've got 15 competitors, a lot of them from up country as well, which is great to see. And there, once again, the classes are all very, very close. And right up top there is our current reigning champion, Fabian Lance.
Now, just let's explain to the listeners or the viewers that are out there, a KZ, we commonly call it a shifter. It's a geared kart. It's 2-stroke. It's got 6 gears, and there isn't physically a clutch pedals. I think it's a dry clutch, as we know. It just flicks over. But I believe they attain some stupendous speeds around this circuit.
Yeah, the speeds are very impressive. But I think one of the most impressive things that I've noticed on these karts is they can get from 0 to 100 in less than 3 seconds and back down to 0 again in less than 2.
Now, I'm just thinking as you take that and you shunt your way into a corner, imagine the G-forces on your body now. Like I said, you were a little bit sore about 2-3 weeks ago. Explain to the folks there now, I mean, you've been in a kart and you've also raced some great cars through the years. What kind of feeling does the body take?
Well, I can give you an idea. I took part in the 9-hour a couple of years ago here at Killarney when I did 3 hours in a golf, and I was quite happy to do 3 hours in the golf. After 5 laps in a go-kart, I was completely and utterly exhausted.
Yeah, and not to mention you're sitting in a little fiberglass seat and your body is wedged in there quite stiffly. And every time you go around a corner, the top half of your rib tends to lean over the edge of that seat. And so I reckon you could be a little bit black and blue if you're not used to it. And that's why we always say, why are these karts so thin?
Yeah, I think it's critical nowadays, especially with the level of grips that these karts have. That to go without a rib protector, as I did initially, was probably totally foolish, because your ribs hurt literally for weeks afterwards if you don't in fact damage them severely enough that you could be out for 6 weeks to 2 months.
Yeah, no, so it takes a lot. And obviously fitness plays a very huge role with these youngsters. And I say youngsters only because you and I are moving on in the years. But nonetheless, the young lads and the ladies tend to stay very fit. They do a lot of gymming, a lot of body exercise. They tend to keep themselves very light so they don't have too much weight, too many G-forces being pulled in that chair. But nonetheless, let's say that this is the breeding ground for bigger things to come. Your Formula 1s, your Formula VWs here locally, etc., your Formula 1600s. Talent pool in South Africa, I think it's growing tremendously.
Yes, it's great. And, if we look at all the top Formula 1 drivers, they've all come through pretty much these type of ROK classes over the years. We've got people like Verstappen, that was one of the top ROK drivers internationally. So, yeah, this is definitely the breeding ground for future. And, I think the other thing to mention is that no matter how much time you spend in a gym preparing, there's nothing that actually substitutes seat time. So it's got to be a combination of the two to actually remain fit for a kart.
No, definitely. And let's just move across to the sponsors. Yourself, Southern Cross Wealth. You do mostly insurance and assurance coverage, I understand, and a bit of medical aid, etc.
Yes, we're involved in life insurance, medical aid, and investments. We are independent brokers, so we deal with most of your major insurers and medical aids in South Africa.
I can fortunately talk to you about things like that because I was in the bank for 30 years, so I know exactly where that's going, with all the investment houses, etc. So yes, great to have, and if you people want to have your wealth looked at and managed correctly, then speak to Dave Walker, he'll sort it out for you. Now, Vortex is the engine supplier for the ROK, am I correct in saying so?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah, so Vortex is doing the sponsorship for today. 7 Films, we're doing the live streaming today, so as you can see on your screens, you'll be on YouTube, you'll be able to see what's happening there. And Ralph Schumacher, well, let's just stop right there. We know who Ralph is. I had the pleasure of meeting Ralph and Michael in Cape Town many years ago. So I was very privileged. I was caught unawares, by the way. Okay. And 2 lovely lads to meet. And as we know, Michael just recently turned 50. So he's moving on in years. Only 6 years younger than me. Only 6. Okay. So when I went to high school, he started junior school, so to speak. But Ralph, now a lot of the Formula 1 drivers, we see guys like Fernando Alonso, Ralph Schumacher and the likes getting involved in karting. I think they're doing that because they know it's a breeding ground, and they know if you want to, identify the talent out there, then you actually need to be involved. And I think this is what Ralph puts in. Look, we know everyone would say you don't do something if you're not going to make money. I get that. But the amount of investment that he has put in. Another one is Nico Rosberg. We see he's also getting involved now. So from your perspective, these guys putting back into the sport, I think it's a good thing. What is your take on it?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely essential. I mean, you put the name Ralph Schumacher or Fernando Alonso on the side of a go-kart, it just automatically sort of raises the whole image of that particular brand that they are backing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and like I said, it's nice to see all these guys involved. I mean, they've got massive racing teams. I tend to follow a little bit on social media when I've got nothing to do, and I sit in the social media and watch that. And then we've got Gary Lennon from For the Win, locally at Killarney. We know he's also involved on a national basis. And Gary imploring a lot into today's event, putting himself out there for the folk, and I think it's very bold of him. And with Lawrence and his team doing the production, the television production today for the YouTube viewers, I reckon that we cannot absolutely sneeze at this. I think it's a fantastic outing.
It's absolutely great, in today's economic climate, to actually be getting involved in karting in the level that he has, and the investment that he's put in, being the importer of the OTK, which is the Tony Kart chassis. And then, of course, there's the Esprit and the Cosmic, which I basically just call Tony Karts in pajamas. And then, of course, the Vortex engines, which is the importer of, and of course, running the entire series as well throughout the country.
Yeah, so like I said, it's a massive investment, and there's a lot of effort and time and money put into it. And I think one should actually thank a man like that for putting himself out there and taking the time I'm sure, and I know what it's like just to produce just a normal event. You know what goes into it, and I mean now he's doing a national event. The logistics, the people, the the organising. It's a vast thing, and we had a chat yesterday afternoon, yourself, me, and Gary. And I think just looking at his demeanour, he was very relaxed, but you could see behind his eyes that there was a lot of tension. So I'm sure there's a lot that goes into production like this.
Yeah, I think, and particularly when it comes to actual race day, with his son currently involved in the one class, it does get a bit tense for him. Hence his request that I assist in the role that probably the promoter would usually be doing on race days. So that's why I've stood in for Gary to do that particular role.
Oh, that's very bold of you, Dave. It's nice to have you on board and nice to have you next to me. Currently some timed qualifying taking place out there. Nice to see that the lads are putting their best foot forward. We obviously start the racing, I reckon, at about 11:30 when we'll go live. Well, we are live at the moment. We're just having a good old gabble here. Yeah. I mean, that's the main thing, just to, while every time does their qualifying, like we said. For the viewers, go to ROK Cup, that's ROKCUP.co.za, rockcup.co.za, and you can pick up the live timing there, and you can then join in with us. I almost won't have to commentate today because everything is live and it's there for you to see. It's the joys of the modern social media that you can get involved, and if you are supporting any karters that are taking place, this is your opportunity to get on board and let us know what's going on. I will be out on on the social media. I will try and hook up a little bit later, possibly put my number out there. How's that? I'll put my number out there for the folk, and then they can send me a couple of WhatsApps if they want to and let me know what's going on. And if they want me to have a look at something or discuss something, we can do that. But so you can basically sit here the whole afternoon and gabble to me. We can have an absolute ball, Dave. Absolute ball. Yeah, so Dave Walker, and he's a... Dave, give us a bit of insight into your history. I mean, where did you start? Let's just have a look at that. I know you're not the topic of discussion, but let's just have a look at that. You go many years back. I know you do.
Yeah, I think the first time I raced a go-kart was 1978.
Good. I think I was about yay high.
I then had a break, came back, did karting again. I was fortunate enough to be selected to the South African team, which did around Germany. The German team, in fact, included one Michael Schumacher, who was about 17 years old at the time.
Well, I remember, I'm a very big fan of a certain Italian karter that used to give Michael a hard time. His name is Giancarlo Fisichella. An absolute mind-blowing karter. I remember when him and Michael, and I cannot remember the British chap who had when they had the indoor championships. There was a guy from England that gave him a bit of an uphill. His name eludes me, but I know. But Giancarlo and Michael were at loggerheads, absolute loggerheads. He's a fantastic karter, and we know why he became a Formula 1 driver. He's a superior talent, and now I think he's racing GT3 race cars, so he's out there, he's still staying part of it. You've also raced a couple of fancy cars in your day, haven't you?
Yeah, and I don't know about fancy, but it's certainly modified Golfs, which I raced on the main circuit here, and various other cars over the years, which, good fun.
Yeah, always great fun. I've had the privilege of doing an odd motorcycle race, and now I've got a couple of guys that apparently invited me to drive cars. Let's see how that one pans out. I'm going to have to get a little bit tougher on the edge here. Right, folks, so it's all happening out here at Killarney this afternoon. Like we say, qualifying taking place. If you want to go and have a look at, you might have an overlay on your screen. You can actually see where the competitors are at the moment. The times all come through. We will eventually go onto the time screen as the afternoon prolongs. We are using all kinds of bits here to our advantage, and we'll let you know exactly where everyone sits as the race goes on. So we are going to be sort of taking a small break here off here while you keep the screen going, and we'll come back to you pretty shortly. We're just going to lather our throats, otherwise we might just parch ourselves out. It's a bit windy up here. The sun is blazing on top of the ceiling, so we're feeling that heat. And I tell you what, there's an array of wires around us. I feel quite sort of intrigued by where all these wires are going to. Usually it's just you put a plug in and you'll line feed your monitor, etc. But I tell you what, this is an absolute amazement. We've got cameras. We can see your feed at the moment is from the drone. The drone pilot sitting opposite me. His brow is sweating. He's got a headband on. He's got a cap on. He's got everything on just to keep the sweat of his brow, so he doesn't lose traction with that that drone, and there's quite a hefty wind blowing. Dave, I don't know. His hands, it's like flying a helicopter. You can't do anything because then it goes into tilt mode. And absolute nerves of steel. But look at that picture. As you see on the right-hand side, there's a track day taking place on the main circuit. The karting circuit at Killarney International Raceway sits plumb dead center of Killarney. And it's a beautiful circuit. It was resurfaced, I believe, about 3 years ago.
Yeah, we had it resurfaced, and I think that was fortunately the FIA assisted us with that, which is because of the hefty price of resurfacing a circuit. It certainly comes in very handy.
Yeah, and the FIA put their best foot forward there. Now, Killarney, fortunately for us, is an international raceway. We are
Correct.
graded. I think we're a grade 3 circuit, if I'm not mistaken. We cannot host Formula 1 or Formula 2000. But we just recently had the sports car event, the endurance race, where we had we had Jan Lammers and the likes over here to come and race with Sarel van der Merwe and so forth in the Janetta. Unfortunately, their day didn't pan out very nicely.
Yeah.
But yes, it looks good, and I see that the sports car series in South Africa and the endurance series has really gone from strength to strength, and we look forward to having a great year in terms of that. But today it's all about karting, the ROK South African National Series, proudly brought off Vortex, 7 Films, Ralph Schumacher Karts, and For the Win Racing. And we'll see how that all works out for us today. As you can see, a beautiful view there on your left hand side, that 180, the double S's, and then they roll out towards the right hand side down the back straight there. The drone's giving you a beautiful view. They hit that bottom right hand corner, they're going to Golf Club, they whip around, come through what's known as Boggs Bend, and then they take that lovely sweep. As they come there past the pit lane, they'll sweep left and then right, and then they make their way down the main straight. There you can see the tent on the left hand side. That's our commentary position. We're sitting in the shade. They roll around in what's known as Holes Corner. They come out of Holes, up a short burst, take a right hand into the first of the 180S, then a second left hand, and then they work their way through the sweep down the back straight. And I reckon a target time for the seniors is 40 seconds. We know some of them have gone down to the 39s, and that is just mind-blowingly quick, Dave.
Yeah, I think the KZ is going to be good to watch there. I think they in the 39s today, and I think as the competition hots up today, we could get into the very low 39s still.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I'm very excited to see that we've got quite a bit of drivers in that field. Those KZs, the shifters as we call them, 6-speed and a 2-stroke motor. I think it's a 125.
125.
It's a 125 2-stroke motor. Now we know MotoGP bikes, the old 125s, they were stupendously quick. So imagine how you're on 4 wheels, you got twice the grip, you're right on the floor, and you can literally just murder that thing around the circuit. So we look forward to that. And like Dave says, let's have a look, see what kind of times they post. I think, and we've got some very big names out there.
We do indeed. I think as I mentioned earlier, we got the reigning champion, the lady Fabian Lance. We've got Dino Sturman with Joshua Kurtzer. We've got Bjorn Roos.
I see Jason Gutierrez in there too.
Jason Gutierrez
Tate Bishop.
in there. Tate Bishop.
I tell you, it's like the who's who of SA karting that's out there today.
Keegan Masters.
Keegan Masters from GDC.
Roman De Beer.
Roman De Beer's out there as
So
well.
yes, it's
I tell you
an
what,
exciting field.
it's going to be absolute hell to play out there. And what we're looking forward, I reckon it's going to be close racing. I don't think it's a runaway sort of race. I think everyone's got the tools and are well equipped for the job. So I think we're going to be looking. I think it's going to be very close racing. If I'm not even prepared to put money down on anybody here.
No, I think that would be a very brave person. I think it's
Yeah.
such an important part of the KZ race is the start, being that the only class that currently in South Africa racing karts that does a standing start. And it's very easy to get too much wheel spin, and it's very easy to just drop the clutch too hard and not get away. So
Yeah, that's exactly it. And yeah, we'll have to see how that one pans out. But and I believe there's an array of juniors. There's about what, almost 18 to 20 juniors taking place.
I think we're at 22, right?
Well,
20
there
or
we go.
22. And once again, the class is pretty much within a second of one another from first to the back. So
Well, there we go. Those giving you the load on the youngsters. It's always nice to have youngsters in the sport. I mean, we don't always like to talk about money. I mean, karting's a very pricey sport. It's a lot of sacrifice. People put a lot of money in. So one can understand the preparation and the tensions that belie the sport coming into a national. Not only your regionals, but now you're coming to a national, you're taking on the whole country. You want to put your best foot forward. So it's a bit of a needle match out there, to say the least.
It is, and very interesting scenario is that we have an engine buyout rule that applies to this particular category of racing on a national basis, which means that if you believe somebody else has got superior equipment and that engine is causing them to win, you can go put your money down at the beginning of the day and say, I want to buy the winner's engine. You then can buy the winner's engine and the winner can do nothing to stop you. He will be given a new engine and you will get his engine.
And who's to say that it's going to work for you?
This is the big thing, because we believe that the engines are actually very close. We know that in the mini ROK class there has already been a buyout being done, so whoever wins today is going to lose their race engine.
Well, there we go. So if you know, now let's explain to the viewers. You talk about a buyout. That money obviously goes to the supplier.
Okay, so what will happen is that the person who loses their engine gets the full value of a new engine plus 10%
In his pocket.
in his pocket. He then elects to buy another engine.
I think I must get an engine and supply. 10% return on a winning motor. Not too shabby, I have you know. So if you continue winning, I think you're going to be in the bound seats after a season, 10% of whatever it
However,
is.
there is a couple of provisos, and that is that the winner, once he has sold his engine, you can't attack that particular person again.
I see. So he gets sort of
For the
closed
next
off.
3 rounds, he's free to keep his engine.
Oh, well, that's great. That's lovely to hear. So I think we've been blessed with pretty nice weather today, Dave. I'm having a look around. The clouds are moving in. It looks now from the northwest. So I think possibly late tonight, and I say late, possibly midnight, we might have a little bit of drizzle. But I don't think we'll be hounded too much with bad weather. It's a little bit breezy. It's a stiff breeze coming from the northwest side. It was first southeast and now it's swung around to northwest. Them coming down towards the first corner there. You see them going down the main straight from right to left. They'll be going into a bit of a stiff breeze across the track. That'll be unsettling, especially on a braking sector, don't you think?
Yes, and also it's going to create a couple of slipstreaming opportunities.
For sure, as we come down there, you see them now. They're going away from us down through the S's on your screen, so that'll now be with the wind in your back, and it pushes you. Now that's the other thing. And sorry, I speak of two wheels because that's where I come from, but nonetheless I'm used to all the four wheels. But when you got the wind in your back, now you got to break that fraction earlier, because otherwise you get forced into a corner, and that's when you start making mistakes.
Yes, correct. And if you notice, going into our first corner off the line, there's actually a bump just before the braking marker. So if you do brake a little bit earlier, you're actually going to be even unsettled because of the bump as well.
Yeah, the bump's going to unsettle you. It's either going to put the back out or it's going to make the front bite in, and you're going to have to fiddle around with the steering wheel and try and correct yourself. A lovely still shot we've got here of the track in front of us from our commentary position. You can see the karters out there still qualifying. Like I said, on rockcup.co.za, you go to live timing. You are welcome. Please, everybody can go on there and have a look and see how the competitors are timing. We will be commentating a little bit later there. We got in 1 minute 26 seconds left. Joey Ulz, the fastest out there at the moment. Joseph Ulz, a lad that's really come to the fore of late. He worked his way through all the qualifying stages, all the different classes that he's been in. But Joseph Ulz, really a quick lad. Had a chat with him and his dad this morning, and he said he was up doing the national up in Benoni at the new Benoni karting club. And he said that he was actually very good in the rain, I believe, Joseph Ulz. And Rain Masters, that is something that you always tend to talk about in racing, the Rain Masters, when they come to the fore. It's like they pray for rain because then they know they can beat you. So Joseph Ulz, there we see him. A time of 40.7. Sebastian Boyd out there, Jared Jordan, Connie Hughes, Michael, they all riding in the DD2 Masters. They aren't in the ROK Cup. That is part of the regional setup that we see. Joey Ulz will be out there, so it's on the they're actually in the Rotex class, which is not part of the ROK National, but it will still ever be available, and it looks like the timing session's coming to an end. Right, there we see pit lane. The lads all lining up there, ready to go out. And oh, look at that beautiful picture there from our live camera feed. And see everyone popped in there. So it's all going to happen pretty shortly, folks. They're going to go out, all the different brands there. We've got the Schumachers, we've got the Burrells, we've got having a look, see what cards we've got. They're all different livery on all their sponsor livery. So everyone out there having a look, some beautiful onboard shots coming. And we don't know, there's the Tony cart. You can see the Tony cart, all the different drivers. As the cameraman walks up pit lane, we will have names and feed for you pretty shortly. We'll be letting you know who's who in the zoo. And we're going to be racing in the not too distant future. As you can see, Cape Town, they're racked and stacked there in pit lane, ready to come out. And I can assure you, once they get out on circuit, the gloves are off and the racing is going to be on. So, Dave, you're looking forward to it like I am.
Indeed. Are we going into race here? Or is this, I think this is quali, isn't it?
It's still possibly a quali, yeah.
This is a quali.
Still a quali, yeah. But I said we'll be racing shortly, not too distant future.
This is a critical qualifying session because this is the mini ROK. This is where we've got, I think, 22 carts on the grid, and it's the all-important pole position.
Right, they're coming out the pits. There they come out over the start-finish line. They'll go. And you see all the little mini ROKs coming out there. Now these are the youngsters. They're the youngsters, and already I'm actually amazed. I'm always amazed at the speeds that these youngsters do around this circuit. It's absolutely mind-blowingly quick.
No, it's incredible. As you mentioned, I got into a kart last race meeting for the first time in I think 30 years, and I was in a 125, very powerful kart, and I battle to do the times these kids are doing.
Well, this is it. This is what I'm saying. And you know, they've been, I won't say born into it, but they started from a young age. It's almost like they take to it like a duck to water. You know, if it's in your system, it's in the blood of the family, the DNA, they tend to show that. And I mean, have a look at this. You're racing at about 100, 120 kilometers an hour, and you're sitting on your competitor's rear end. If he makes a mistake, your reflexes have to be absolutely mind-blowingly quick.
They do have to be quick, and just to make sure that you don't get too close, we have a penalty system that if your nose cone gets slightly dislodged because you hit a competitor, you're going to be penalized for that as well. So
and it's
got
not
to
always
keep
your
it clean.
fault.
It's not always your fault.
Yeah, that's where you got to keep the fine line. So out there now in the mini ROK, we have a look at the times there. They'll be changing. Ethan Deacons out there, and now Luviwe Sambudla goes out into pole position on a 48.3. You see they're about 8 seconds slower than the quickies, and the times are going to be changing all the time. So it's all happening out there. At the moment now we have a look here. Mallory Mabunda on a 47.125. Intiiso Mabunda is there with him. Caleb Cottrell, the young lad from up north, is there. He's down in fourth. Jude Stewart bangs to the front on a 47 flat. Well, Jude showing muscle, a local lad. Jude Stewart goes up to 47 seconds, almost dead, 47.089. That is mind-blowingly quick. Mallory Mabunda in second, Intiiso Mabunda fourth. Oh, well, they are chopping and changing here at an alarming rate. So just having a look-see now what the times are like. And Luviwe Sambudla still leading out. And the qualifying, and the Tiso Mabunda is on second. He's on a 46.8. They're sub 47s already. And, well, going down here, Vian Bosov's out there. Jude Stewart has dropped down to fourth. Mallory Mabunda is down in 5. Jude Stewart goes back to the pole on a 46.7. Absolutely quick. Ethan Deacon down there in 8th place. Reese Quizzen, local favourite, he's up into 4th now on a 46.9. So they are all attacking each other. One of the quickest out there is Jude Stewart, but Luviwe Sambudla is just stamping his authority down on this one. He's gone up to 1. Ethan Lennon out of nowhere, the son of Gary Lennon, goes up into pole position on a 46.6. Quickest in sector 2. So keep an eye on what's going on out there. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. We'll let you know what it is there. You can see the carts now working their way through the S's. Out the S's they come there. And we'll try and pick up who's coming up towards us. I think that's possibly Ethan, or is it Reese Quirzen? We'll try and pick up the numbers. Very difficult on screen, it's very fast. And we've got zone the drone shot here. The drone showing us the carts. And Reese Quirzen still leading out there now on the times. He's up to pole position at 46.4, but Ethan Lennon cracks a 46.3. Well, Ethan Lennon going up there. And Reese Quirzen now relegated to second on the grid. Leviwe Sambudla is in third. Mohammed Marat is in there now in fourth. Viam Bosov, Jude Stewart, Mallory Mabunda, Luke Hill, and Tiiso Mabunda's out there. Georgia Lennox. Nice to see the Lennox family down here. Joshua Moore's out there. Caleb Cottrell down in 12th now. William Marshall's there. Mateo Mason, Ethan Deacon, Christopher Tate, Red Skolts, Berlin Robinson, Enzo Ruggiero, Liam Crow, James Nash, Sebastiano Yeman, Cyril Jacobs, Ashton Repsol. Now there's a name that goes way back in motor racing. Dave Repsol and young Ashton out there, and Manalisa and Como's out there as well. Out front now, Ethan Lennon cracks on the pace on a 46.2 and takes over the pole position currently on the qualifying. So they are all absolutely flying out there. And a quick pick there, I think that could be Reese Quirzen. Is that Reese Quirzen? No, that wasn't Reese. That's Ethan Lennon's face we saw there now. But the lads through the 180s, absolutely flying. Look at the speeds that they're attaining as they work their way now out of holes coming up towards us. And the lads looking around, who's where? Can I get speed going into the 180s? Well, it's all happening. Ethan Lennon leading out on a 46.2. Reese Quirzen second place there on a 46.4. Viva Sambudla still in third. Mohammed Marat in fourth. Viam Bosso 5. Luke Hill 6. Jude Stewart down in seventh. He was on pole earlier, which gives you an idea of the times that these lads are posting. Mallory Mabunda comes up into seventh, forces Jude down to eighth. So it's all happening out there. Looking down, Liam Crow does a big jump up into 14th. He jumps up a good couple of places. So everything's happening out there. Ethan Lennon and Reese Quirzen, the two lads who are posting some of the quickest times there. And there's the number 57 card. That's Luke Hill that was in picture. Luke Hill on the 57 card working his way now out the S's, up down the back straight towards Golf Club. Down the main straight they go. Some of the front runners. Ethan Lennon still posting the best time, trying to pick up some of the karting numbers. But it's all happening out there. Ethan Lennon still posting the quickest time of a 46.199. It is mind-blowingly quick. Reese Quirzen on 46.237, a second off him. The Viva Sambudla. And let me tell you, folks, in this sport, a second is critical. A second is critical. It's make or break. Even 100th of a second is critical in this sport. This gives you an idea of how close this racing is. Reese Quirzen just slightly bettering his time to a 46.4. And we've got 3 minutes left in the Mini Rock time practice qualifying session. So it looks like it's starting to sort itself out. Not too many people jumping around as such. Everyone remaining much where they are. I think we've pretty much found ourselves. Ethan Lennon posting a 46.171. He is absolutely stamping his authority down. A couple of movers and shakers down through the field. Everyone trying to sort themselves out. A few people have climbed the ladder. See Georgia Lennox up in 15th, Caleb Cottrell in 16th. And there's still a couple of things to take place. Jude Stewart, who was leading at one stage, down in 9th now. So everyone putting their best foot forward. Good drive there, third position currently. Leviwe Sambudla on the timing sheets on a 46.7. Viam Bosov, Mohammed Marat, Josh Moore, Luke Hill, Mallory Mabunda, and Jude Stewart down in 9th position. So plenty happening out there. And Ethan Lennon, while he still leads out, we've got just under 2 minutes left of this qualifying session. And after it, I reckon the racing, it's only now 10 past 11. We're racing 11:30. So we'll still have 1 or 2 more qualifying sessions. And we'll let you know what's happening. So to the team, the camera team at the moment, doing sterling work. You can see the cameras here on the circuit. And we'll Have a look, see, trying to pick up some of the numbers as they come up towards us there from the camera shot now. Not too easy, those numbers are so small. There's the 43 card, and the 43 card, that's Christopher Tate that was in view there. There's your drone feed once again coming through. So all happening. Yeah, they come over the start-finish line here past us commentary position, and working their way down into turn number 1, Holes Corner. And they work their way up a short little, what we call it a straight, it's a little whip straight up before they go in there. You see them entering the S's. We call it the 180s because it's a full 180 degree turn. They come back out and then they whip around to the left, and we call that the back straight. It isn't much of a straight, but it's pretty straight for them. They keep it in a straight line, and then they come down and they're late on the brakes here going into Golf Club. They will just bend into Golf Club and work their way into the corner. So now you see an aerial view of that 180 that we were talking about. See them come around. They get forced wide up onto the curbstones, work their way around. Yeah, some of the cards coming back into turn 1. Those red cards, the Ralph Schumacher cards. A couple of parallels there, a few barrel arts in there. All the necessary cards taking place. And we want to say to the ROK Cup and to our sponsors that are on board today. Southern Cross Wealth, Vortex Engines, 7 Films, Ralph Schumacher cards, and For the Win Racing. We want to say thank you very much for putting your best foot forward and sponsoring us today. It's great to have you guys on board, and well, hopefully we will have a lot more of this in the future. As the checkered flag comes out, that's the end of that qualifying session. So it's all happening out there.
I think obviously in the race it's going to be a lot easier because we'll be following that front bunch.
The front bunch, yeah. Right, so that qualifying session's over. Your pole sitter for the mini rocks is Ethan Lennon. He'll be joined the front row by Reese Coors, second row Leviwe Sambudla and Vian Bosov, third row Mohammed Barat and Josh Moore. The next is Luke Hill and Mallory Mabunda. Jude Stewart and Matteo Mason make up the fifth row. So it's going to be a crackerjack race in the mini rocks when they do come out. Very conducive conditions, as you can see, for motor racing. And today the ROK National Karting Championship down here in Cape Town. You get a spectacular drone view there in the background where the stands are set around. That's on the main circuit, turn number 2. That is the peripheral of the World Rallycross circuit. You can see as the that's dirt embankment in the middle. That's part of the World Rally. That's where we'll have the World Rallycross finals in November here in Cape Town. Hopefully we'll see all the RX cars back in Cape Town. And I'll hopefully be part of that team that will bring you the World Rallycross finals. There you can see the rest of the circuit down towards the right hand side. The drone pilot giving us a spectacular view there. You see the stands down in the bottom of the bowl there. We call turn number 3. That's where they will hook around and come back up towards the top end of the circuit. You can see down there on the circuit that's the pit complex there. The drone just a little bit far away now, starting to zoom in for us. But a spectacular view of the Kalani International Raceway karting circuit down here in Cape Town on this rather glorious Saturday afternoon. On my side, Francois Butler, one of the resident Western Province commentators, bringing to you the live feed, and it's an absolute privilege to be out there. Carts out on the circuit. They lining up. We could be possibly into one of our first races. Can I watch that? Can I watch that? see that.
I am not, so.
Right, so they're on a warm-up lap at the moment. That's the mini rock out there. Ethan Lennon, Reese Curzon, Viwe Sambudla, Vian Boshoff. Just updating the timing system. I say the mini rocks are just out practicing, so
We're not going to commentate on this. No.
We keep talking rock, we keep chatting,
Okay.
do interviews, blah blah blah. Maybe I'll try and get Ethan here because he qualified first.
First, yeah.
Chat to him.
Yeah, do that. So I'm not going to commentate on this now. Alright, we'll wait for that. That's fine.
When you don't want to talk.
Alright. Just put my hand over. It's fine. I can't hear my earphones. I doubt anything is going over. It's fine.
That's so very descending. That's what we receive.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. You can go to the.
Guys, doing that's voluntarily.
So I can have a smoke break.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hi there, back at Kalani, yeah, and sitting next to me is the young man who has just managed to put his Tony Ukot in pajamas, which is the Esprit, on pole position in the mini rock class. Ethan, tell us about it.
It was very difficult.
And how hard you've been working at getting this pole position?
Very hard. I've been at the track every single day. Mostly.
Okay. And how many carts are in the competition with you today in your class?
I think 24.
Is it 24? Okay, that's great. And tell me, is it close up front there?
Yes, very close.
Okay. And who do you think your major competition is going to be today?
Reese, Luvia, Vion, and Lukel.
Okay, so that's great. It should be a good, at least a 5-way tussle up front there for you today.
Yeah.
And tell me, how many races have you got to do today?
3.
We've got 3 races, okay. And how long is each race? How many laps that is it?
12.
12 laps, okay. Well, all the best for today. And yeah, keep safe and keep it on the black stuff. And look forward to chatting to you later.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks then.
Right, folks. Joining me on Mike's side is a young driver all the way from Northern Region, Luke Hill. Luke, welcome to the commentary tower. I see you had a pretty good time you posted out there in the mini rock. What are your expectations for the race?
My expectations for the race is to try and win.
You're going to try and win.
Yes.
Now you posted a fantastic time. I mean, you were low down in the order in the 46s. It's very quick.
Thank you.
How's the rest of the field? Are they pretty close to you?
Pardon?
Is the field pretty close to you?
Yes.
Okay. And we always talk about rubbing as racing. Any rubbing taking place out there at the moment?
Yeah.
Is it? So you're going to fight your way to the front today?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I believe we've got 2 Right, so just taking a walk down the pit lane for our next race. See all the drivers giving a wave. Oh, they're all ready to rumble out there. There's the Squadra Course carts. Also, there's the Ralph Schumacher cart. They're all down in pit lane, ready to get out there. We're just waiting for the current race to finish. That's one of the regional races. Once that race is over, we'll be entering into our next one, which is the Kid Rock. We'll have the Kid Rock race, and we'll let you know exactly who's out there in the Kid Rock race. Some of the competitors all lined up there, ready to go in Park Vermeer. And well, that's not actually Park Vermeer, that's the pre-race paddock that they're in. The moms and dads are speaking to their respective chargers and having a look there. Beautiful to see such an inclusive, multicultural sport. The young lad sitting in his cart there, all G'd up and ready to go. What a beautiful shot. Look at the lovely work on that helmet. These young lads absolutely chomping at the bit. Some lovely shots there from the camera. The race is finished. These youngsters will soon be going out there. There's the Ralph Schumacher carts that we've been talking about all day. One of the proteges, onboard cameras to record what did I do wrong and what did I do right in the race. Another Schumacher cart. We are looking forward to a fantastic spectacle here today in the sunny Cape Town. Light breeze blowing. You can see the flags waving. And as the see all the dads prepping their chargers, saying, come on lad and lady, you can do the best you can. So they're there in the pre-race paddock. You can see the OMP ROK little bridge, the air bridge built up there. The marshals are saying, are you ready to go? Are you ready? 1 lap to go. You'll have a 1 lap warm up. Check the double yellow, she's saying. Chief Marshal, and it's a lady marshal, yes, one of the best in the business. She's saying, listen up lads, this is the way it works. When you see double yellow, slow up, form up, and get the race underway. So we're looking forward to a good race out there. And that is in the Kid Rock category. Just waiting for the current race to change. And we will get it all sorted out. Right, so out there we've got the Silver, Jack Moore, Ryan Karim, Kai van Rensburg, young Repsol's in there, Fenter's in there, Troy van der Laan and Matteo Mason. All 8 of them ready to go out there and have an absolute rumble, and it's going to be brilliant fun. Right, so out there, Jack Moore, Rafael de Silva, Kai van Rensburg, Ryan Karim, Evan Venter, Tyler Repsol, Maddox Mason and Troy van der Laan, all lined up and ready to go. There is the number 45, that's Troy van der Laan in the Schumacher cart. Troy getting ready to go out there. So we'll see how that one pans out for young Troy. Hopefully wanting to do as well as he can. Jack Moore, pole sitter, Rafael de Silva alongside him, second row Kai van Rensburg and Ryan Karim, a local lad. A nice diminutive young lad, but I tell you what, very quick. Evan Venter and Tyler Repsol, nice to have them here. Maddox Mason and Troy van der Laan, no strangers to the karting circuit. So it's Kid Rock Race 1 down in Cape Town here today. And the butterflies are in the stomach of these young lads. They just want to get out there and get pedaling. You can see the twitching of the feet, looking around, trying to outsight your competitors, saying, yeah, I'm ready for you, my man. I'll see you on the track. We're going to go to war. So this is going to be brilliant. To our viewers, countrywide, nationwide, and worldwide, thank you for joining us here in Cape Town today. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here with us. At least I don't feel alone. And if you've got a pen and paper handy and you want to WhatsApp me, by all means, I'm going to give you the international number. It's +27 788 006490. You're welcome to WhatsApp me, and if I get a chance, Julian, that I will answer you accordingly. I believe that Mr. Ralph Schumacher himself is actually watching us. Ralph, if you are, welcome on board, and we sincerely hope we can bring you everything that you need to know today. Yep, the Schumacher carts are out there in their droves. Looks like this brand is growing in leaps and bounds here in South Africa. There's a Ricardo cart out there. There are Tony carts. The Schumacher's going out there. Jack Moore, Rafael de Silva, and Troy van der Laan working his way out there. Right, so we go down the main straight. There they go. They're busy on their warm-up lap. Coming into turn number 1 there. Jack Moore, Rafael de Silva, Kai van Rensburg. They all cross the line. Work their way into turn number 1. There you see the double yellows waving as they work their way into the 180 complex. Getting those tires heated up. Now, funnily enough, carts don't use tire blankets or tire warmers as we call it. They just come out and try and get as much heat into those tires as they can. So all put their hands up as they're slowing down, trying to slow the carts down. Coming down into Golf Club and working their way around. And Rafael de Silva, there's the number 19 of young Ryan Karim. Ryan Karim in there, together with Jack Moore. And they work their way around. They're going to have to slow it up pretty nicely. They're slowing down as they're going through the kink. They're coming up towards us now, towards the start-finish line. Yeah, they come up towards the start-finish line. They split the tram lines. They wait for the lights. And away they go. It looks like Jack Moore takes the lead. Jack Moore's in there. And into turn 1 they go. Jack Moore taking the lead. It looks like Ryan Karim is in there with him as they go down into the 180s. Into the 180s. They work their way around, coming through the 180s. And it doesn't look like Jack Moore's got the lead anymore. Is it Karim that's gone into the lead? It's possible as they work their way through the kink. Down towards the back straight, down to Golf Club. And down towards Golf Club they come here. Let's have a look. It looks like young Ryan Karim's in the lead as we try and pick up the numbers. They called for a reform.
Okay, they're going to restart.
They've called for a reform. So they're going to have to reform themselves and restart the race.
Okay, cool. Here we go. They're coming through pit bend at the moment. They're coming onto the front straight now. Where's your overlap?
Tell Lucha. Yeah. Tell she wants to power down, say battery, please.
Okay, here we go. They're coming into.
Right, they're coming down the main straight. They will split the tram lines once again to get racing. Split the tram lines, wait for the start, and off they go. Right, here we go. Looks like Jack Moore now gets the lead there. Ryan Karim's there, working around, and Rafael de Silva's in there as well as they work their way down into the 180s. Yeah, they come down late on the brakes, just sweep it in, scrub the tires in as they work their way through the 180s. Coming around and working their way out. A little bit of smoking there from one of the motors as they come down that back straight now towards the bottom end of the circuit, the Table Mountain side of it. And leading out there is the number 31 of Jack Moore. Looks like Rafael de Silva's there with him. As they come down past the kiosk, they're going to come through the kink. There they come past the kiosk now. Lovely shot from the drone as they make their way now past the start finishing line. Jack Moore still leading out. Rafael de Silva's there with him. Goes wide, cuts in, keeping that cart nice and steady as he works around. There the 99 of Rafael de Silva sitting there with him. So Moore and de Silva having a right royal scrap here in the front. He's going to have to keep his P's and Q's in check. That is Jack Moore. He does not want to relinquish that prime spot. Rafael de Silva's in there. Behind him is Ivan Venter, who's up in third. Kai van Rensburg in fourth. Repsol 5. Karim 6. Matteo Mason and Troy van der Laan down in 8th position. Van der Laan might have a couple of issues. He's lost quite a bit of pace there on the front runners. It might be have a bit of engine issues. He might be diving into pit lane, who knows. But Jack Moore is still leading out now. Comes past the kiosk kink, up over the start-finish line. Jack Moore getting a little bit of daylight between himself and Rafael de Silva. Rafael late on the brakes as he puts it down into turn number 1. Ivan Venter down in third place, being followed there by Kai van Rensburg, and then Troy Repsolt's in there too. Ryan Karim down in 6th, Matteo Mason 7, and Troy van der Laan down in 8th. They come out of the 180s now, down the back straight. Still, it's Jack Moore leading out. Jack Moore comes, he looks over his shoulder to see where his nearest competitor is, Rafael. Not too close behind Rafael de Silva. But Jack Moore has got his foot firmly stuck down on the right-hand floorboard. And he weaves his way through the S's there past Bogsbend, down past the pit complex he goes. Works his way left and then right down the main straight, down towards Holes Corner. On the northern side of the circuit into that little northwester. Later the brakes, dives in on the driving line, works his way around, goes wide, makes sure he's on the edge of the circuit to try and straighten up down towards the 180 complex. There, the rest of the field up behind them. And they're having a right roll scrap between themselves. So a great racing, plenty there. Jack Moore still leading out, and all happening out there. Right, so Jack Moore, Rafael de Silva, Ivan Venter, Kai van Rensburg, Ryan Karim, Troy Repsolt, Matteo Mason and Troy van der Laan all in there. Ivan Venter in 3rd place, having a great run of it. Ryan Karim in there. Repsolt down in 6th, Matteo Mason 7, and Troy van der Laan down in 8th. Well, only 8 carts out there, but they're having a fantastic time. There's a little bit of a mid-pack battle, and I see Ryan Karim moving up to 3rd now. So Ryan's on a fly. Keep an eye on this young lad from Cape Town. He's pretty quick. That's you in view at the moment. He's your leader, Jack Moore, with Rafael de Silva losing a little bit of touch with him. Jack starting to get away. There he goes into the 180 complex, sweeps in nice and quickly. Jack Moore leading out, and he set the best lap of a 50.022. There you see on screen. He's not too shabby as he rolls up towards us. There's Rafael up behind him. Jack Moore's got his head down as he goes down into turn number 1. Jack Moore making sure that Rafael does not get too close. Ryan Karim is down in 3rd place. He's about 4 seconds behind Rafael de Silva. And pretty close to him is Ivan Venter. So there's a little bit of a battle there mid-pack between Karim, Venter and Van Rensburg. So they're all having a fantastic battle. But Jack Moore out front leads up over the line. He's done 5 laps of 8, so he's got 3 laps to go. Jack Moore, your leader there in the blue cart, working his way down to the 180s. There's Rafael de Silva in close proximity. He's approximately 2.5 seconds behind him. Ryan Karim's a further 4 seconds behind. He's a second ahead of Ivan Venter. Then not too close behind him is Kai van Rensburg. Then it's Repsolt with Matteo Mason and Troy van der Laan, who's 26 seconds of the pace. I think Troy might have gone off the circuit. I don't see him anymore. So Troy van der Laan picking up a bit of mechanical issues. But your leader there, Jack Moore, showing what he's come down to do in Cape Town. Stamp his authority, put his thumbprint onto the paper and say, this is where I belong, on the front, on the sharp end of this field, as they make their way down to the southern side of the circuit. There we go. Now he comes up to the north. Jack Moore, he's leading out. He's absolutely blindingly quick. 50 seconds for a kid. It's not anything to be sneezed at. I tell you what, these little youngsters are absolutely pedaling away. You see them coming through. Jack Moore leading out to Rafael de Silva, sitting in 2nd. Ryan Karim now closing up. He's only 3.7 seconds behind Rafael. He's still got 2 laps to go. Jack Moore there going past Troy van der Laan, so everything caught up there and lapped. Jack Moore's on a flyer here. He's not hanging back for anything. Definitely not for the love of money now as he works his way through Bogsbend. Rolls around past the kiosk complex, the pit complex on the left there. Takes a left, takes a right, and makes his way down the main straight. Here he comes up over the start-finish line. That is his final lap. He's on his final lap now. Jack Moore's got this one sewn up pretty nicely as he goes into holes, rolls around the right-hander, keeps it wide, tries to straighten up towards the 180 complex. There's Rafael de Silva. There comes Ryan Karim. So Karim is only 3 seconds behind him now. And Jack Moore rolling out of the 180s. There he comes now. He'll hang a left. He'll be forced from the inside to the outside. He doesn't use the full curb now. Makes his way down towards Golf Club. Jack Moore's got his head down. He's not holding back for anything. Goes, breaks late into Golf Club. Up the inside. Works his way around. It's a whole horseshoe. Then he hangs a left around Bogsbend and a right down towards the pit complex. He's going to go straight down, hang that left hand. The checkered flag is beckoning for Jack Moore. And Jack has done more than enough as he gets the checkered flag. It's Jack Moore who takes it from Rafael de Silva. And coming over there, Ryan Karim will come home in P3. There's Ryan Karim. He'll be followed there by Kai van Rensburg, Ivan Venter, And Young Repsol will come over there in 6th place, followed there by Mateo Mason and Troy van der Laan. Well. Fantastic race there from the Kid Rock. And some sublime racing there from Jack Moore, who led out in heat number 1. So he takes heat number 1. And, we'll join you back a little bit later when we give you the... we're going to go over to KZ2. The KZ2 is going to be what we call the shifters, and that's going to be pretty quick. So Jack Moore taking it from Rafael de Silva, Ryan Kareem, Kai van Rensburg, Ivan Venter, Tyler Repsol, Maddox Mason, and bringing up the rear Troy van der Laan pit lane and sort out whatever gremlin he has and bring it back out in the next heat. Well, it's going to go for a little bit and we'll come back pretty shortly. Right, so next up we're going to have a KZ2. Now, we spoke earlier, I had Dave Walker on the mic earlier on who spoke about the KZ2s. These are the shifters. You will see the gear lever there on the right knee of the driver. And it's a 6-speed dry clutch motor. I can assure you these lads do not hang around. We've got some very, very big names out here in South Africa motorsport. Keegan Masters, who is a GTC driver for the VW team. Fabian Lance, who's the current South African champion. Dino Sturman, absolutely no slouch. Roman de Beer, Josh Koetser, Carlo Willifeer, Shrin Naidu, Jason Gutsia, Tate Bishop, Bjorn Roos, Scott Falconer, Joseph Ellerine, Jürgen Pommersheim, Cody Sherritt and Anton Pommersheim, all in there. Oh, this is going to be absolute war out there, folks. They look so relaxed. I would not be relaxed at this moment in time. I tell you what, butterflies in my stomach. What they've done it a lot. They know what's out there. They know what's expected of them. And keep an eye on them as they're going to fly around the circuit. There's Dino Sturman walking past. And some lovely shots there of the drivers in their rigs. And they will have a warm-up lap. And this is the only category in South Africa that has a standing start. So they drop the clutch and rocket off the line there. There's the number 111 of Roman de Beer. And on the right-hand side, the number 74 card. That's Carlo Willifeer. Having a look there, the number 18 card of Keegan Masters rolls out. There they go. They're rolling out now onto the circuit. And we'll be racing pretty shortly. Oh, man, is this exciting or what? We got a full-blown ROK National down in Cape Town, doing their warm-up lap as they shift their way through the gearbox down into turn number 1. They probably bang it down 2 gears, roll around, step up the gearbox, coming to the 180s, down 3, maybe 4 gears. Your pole sitter Fabian Lance together with Keegan Masters, and anybody is out there. Roman de Beer, Dino Sturman, Carlo Willifeer, Shukutsa, Jason Gutsia, Shrin Naidu, Bjorn Roos, Tate Bishop, Joseph Ellerine, Scott Falconer, Sherritt's out there, Pommersheim, the 2 Pommersheims are out there. This is going to be an absolute mind-blowing race. It's going to be high-speed stuff. It's going to be absolutely off the wall, folks. Hold on to your seats because here they come, the KZ2 shifters, 125s. At their absolute almighty. Here you'll see they'll be splitting the tram lines and they'll take up their static positions. There we go. They come onto their static positions there. Keegan Masters, rather a big lad. Keegan Masters, fortunate enough to have a cup of coffee with him yesterday morning down at one of our local restaurants. Nice to see him in Cape Town as they all roll up onto the line and revving them, keep it nice and warm. We're going to wait for the race to start. The lights are on and off they go. And they get a great start. And it looks like Sturman got a good start of it now as they work their way around. And coming down into the 180s, we'll pick them up pretty shortly. It looks like it could be Keegan Masters who holds on there, but Fabian Lance is in there as well. Dino Sturman's in there. They all work their way down out of the 180s. Have a look at that tremendous pace they set now as they make their way down towards Golf Club. Down onto the back straight into Golf Club they go. Oh, and there's lost the front end. It looks like Keegan Masters lost the front end. A bit of a nose issue there. That steering cone looks like it came adrift. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Now they're going to come up to cross the line. We'll let you know exactly who's who in the zoo as they cross the line. So Dino Sturman leads out from Roman de Beer. Fabian Lance in third. Josh Koetsers in there. Carlo Willifie. Bjorn Rus. Scott Falconer and Tom Pommersheim. Jalen Pommersheim's behind him. Tate Bishop, and in there too is Cody Sherritt. Oh, and we had a spinner. There's a spinner up on the 180s. Not quite sure that is now as they make the rest of the field make their way down. Yellow flags waving in the 180s. There'll be no overtaking under the yellow as they come in now. It looks like Roman de Beer's got the lead. So Roman de Beer working his way through and coming down towards us. They'll be coming down past the pit complex pretty shortly. There they come. Up towards the start-finish line. Over the line they go. Roman de Beer leads out. Josh Koetsers there. Dino Sturman third. Scott Falconer fourth. Anton Pommersheim. Tate Bishop moves up into sixth place. And Sherritt's down in eighth, followed there by Fabian Lance, who was the one that lost it in the 180s. Fabian, the pretender to the throne of the current champion, finds himself a little bit way down there in ninth place. So let's have a look-see now. Still Roman de Beer leading out. He's down into Golf Club. Works his way through there. Now works his way through the kink past the kiosk kink there with that Rock Cup little air bridges. Comes there. Up over the start-finish line they go now. 3 laps out of 15. Still Roman de Beer. And absolute no slouch Roman de Beer, followed there by Josh Koetser. Dino Sturman down in third. Scott Falconer 4. Anton Pommersheim down in 5. Tate Bishop in 6. Can Tate work his way up? Local lad Tate Bishop. Well, last year, one of the champions. And, oh, there's a slow cart stuck on the circuit. I think that's Bjorn Rus. I'm not sure. So, the triple one there of Roman de Beer still leading out. Let me tell you something. Roman de Beer is one of the better carters in South Africa. And him sitting in front. But I tell you, Josh Koetser and Dino Sturman are breathing down his neck. They're right there with him. There's Roman de Beer. There's Josh Koetser, and there's Dino Sturman right up behind him. Still yellow flags waving in the 180s. No overtaking in that 180 complex. But they will get as close as they can. Look at that, bunched up into the 180 complex. They work their way around. And fourth place there is Falconer. Falconer's going to try and join the party as they come out down the back straight. They make their way through. Dino Sturman, one of the quickest now in P3, sets the best lap. Roman de Beer fighting for his lunch because he's got Josh Koetser and Dino Sturman breathing down his neck. He hooks around Boggs Bend. They work their way down now past the pit complex. Keep an eye there on Roman de Beer. He's going to try and make the door closed in there, and it could happen going down into turn number 1. Is anything going to happen? No. Roman de Beer keeps the door firmly shut there in Josh Koetser's face. Dino Sturman, best seat in the house in P3. Not too far back, Scott Falconer in P4 as they work their way through the 180 complex. I tell you what, Roman de Beer might look very relaxed, but hey, it's hard work out there. He tends to put a bit of daylight between himself there now, and Dino Sturman has moved up into second place. Keep an eye on Dino, he's quick. There he is in the white and green outfit. He's going to work his way down past the pit complex, and brilliant stuff now as we wait there. Yeah, they come down towards us, and still it's Roman de Beer. Roman de Beer, Dino Sturman, Joshua Koetser. Roman de Beer fighting very hard to maintain that sharp end of the field with Dino Sturman trying to close down. Now Dino very quick through the 180 complex. He'll close down as quick as he can towards Roman de Beer. No overtaking the 180s at the moment. I see the yellow flags have abated, so that's managed to pull away there. Roman de Beer on a flyer, but here comes Dino Sturman. Dino's very late here into Golf Club. Look, he closes right up on the back of Roman de Beer. Roman knows that he can hear that buzz of that cart there in his helmet. He knows that someone's behind him, and that somebody is Dino Sturman, who looks him up and goes around his outside. You got to be kidding me. Dino Sturman around the outside of Roman de Beer. What a maneuver, and Koetser's looking on the inside. Koetser wants a piece of the action, and de Beer gets forced wide. Sturman goes to the front. Well. Can Dino Sturman hold on to that one? It looks like Josh Coutser has gone up and De Beer has been relegated 2 positions in one foul swoop as they make their way down the back straight down towards, and there we see it. Look, the head down now to get under that head-on breeze as he works his way through. Golf Club is Dino Sturman, your current leader. Josh Coutser in second. Roman De Beer in third. Scott Falcon is still down in fourth. Tate Bishop up to 5. Tate will be working hard to come close. That's your top 5. But have a look at Dino Sturman. It says he flies down into holes. Turn number 1. Works his way out into turn number 2 of the 180s. There goes Dino Sturman. He's trying to get away from Josh Coutser. Coutser in turn trying to get away there from Roman De Beer. Brilliant stuff here at the sharp end of the field. And Dino Sturman gets his head down. Look at Sturman go down into Golf Club. Late on the brakes, you see him fighting with that steering wheel, bringing it around. It's a full 180 sweep. Then he works his way through Boggs Bend, down past the Kiosk Kink. Here he comes past the Kink. It'll be a left and right-hander up over the main straight. Dino Sturman trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and Josh Coutser. Doing a fantastic job there is Dino Sturman. 9 laps of 15. He's only got 6 laps to go. And Dino is absolutely pinning. Josh Coutser trying to get a little bit closer. Can he? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Roman De Beer, Scott Falcon and Tate Bishop are now closing up. Dino gets his head down as he makes his way down towards Golf Club. Into Golf Club he goes. We saw from that aerial shot that old corner looks like the base of a golf club. Like a good old number 1 driver. But speaking of drivers, it's that man Dino Sturman leading out. Josh Coutser in second. And Roman De Beer, who sits there in P3. All happening out there. Well. Dino Sturman making sure that he stays out front. Unopposed at the moment, though, but Josh Coutser would like to get a bit closer. He's about 1.5 seconds behind him. And Roman De Beer, another 1.5 seconds behind Josh Coutser in third. But Scott Falcon and Tate Bishop are closing up at an alarming rate. We've got 5 laps to go. Head down, Dino Sturman. Oh, look at him slide it in there as he just locks up the brakes and drifts it in nicely into Golf Club. Works his way around Boggs Bend. The style of these lads, well, they're not youngsters. They're 19, 20 years old. They're big lads. And they work their way up over the start-finish line. And we got 4 laps to go. Dino Sturman into turn number 1. Works his way around. Goes towards the 180 complex. Josh Coutser sits there. Roman De Beer. Scott Falconer comes through. Tate Bishop. Anton Pommersheim. Sherritt's there behind him. Then John Pommersheim there. Fabian Lance is down in 9th. Olifi 10. Bjorn Roos 11. And they work their way now down towards the Golf Club. And look at Dino Sturman just drifted in nicely there. Brings it around. Works his way. And there past the kiosk. We call it the Kiosk Kink down in Cape Town. There we go. It's the pit exit. And up over the line. And he's got 3 laps left. Still, Dino Sturman leads out from Josh Coutser. Roman De Beer. Scott Falconer. Tate Bishop. Anton Pommersheim sits there in P6. So they're all out there having a whale of a time. And really making the most of it. So working their way through the 180 complex they go. All the contestants down towards the Golf Club. And down into Golf Club they go. Right, so we're waiting down at the main straight now as they're going to work their way out of Golf Club. There comes your leader now. Dino Sturman. Sturman up over the line. He's got 2 laps to go. It's his penultimate lap that he's starting. Dino Sturman leads out from Josh Coutser, Roman De Beer, Scott Falconer, Tate Bishop, Anton Pommersheim, and Sherritt there behind them. A brilliant drive here from Dino Sturman, stamping his authority down early day, saying, I'm a local lad and I'm driving to win. I'm definitely not going to hang around. Josh Coutser in second place. While he was down in third, he worked his way past Roman De Beer. Roman, a brilliant driver, nonetheless, down in third place. Dino Sturman through the kiosk around the outside. It was a diabolical maneuver, but it paid off. Large dividends. Starting his final lap is Dino Sturman. He crosses the line. He gets the last lap board. So Dino Sturman starts his final lap. Sturman making his way down towards the 180s. Into the 180 complex he comes. Dino Sturman looking exceptionally relaxed there behind the wheel of his cart. That Tony cart working well under him. There's the left and the right. Down the back straight. Down towards Golf Club he goes. A few lads coming through there. We saw Falconer and Bishop. Falconer and Bishop having a nice one. The checkered flag will be coming out pretty shortly for Dino Sturman. Watch the man on the start finish line. There goes the checkered flag, and here comes Dino Sturman. Dino Sturman takes heat number 1 of the KZs, and a brilliant race there, the KZ2s. Fantastic. Dino Sturman, Josh Koetser, Roman de Beer, Scott Falconer, Tate Bishop, Anton Pommersheim. Up behind him, Cody Sherritt. Up behind him is Jürgen Pommersheim, Fabian Lance, Carlo Wolifie, and Bjorn Roos will bring up 11th place. Well, what a fantastic race, folks. We'll be joining you for the OKJ shortly, and we'll just quickly break just to lather the throat. But we want to thank all our viewers for joining us. Absolutely exciting stuff. Right, folks, next up we're going to have the OKJ class, and we'll let you know who's who in the zoo there as we just wait for our screens to come up. We are so dependent on all this live timing, etc. Brilliant technology, absolutely fantastic. Right, so out there today we've got Nicholas Roos, Casey Enzer Smith, Jaden Goosen, Luca Worley, Divian Naidu, Jason Macbeth, Ethan Steer, Tyre van der Laan, Tyler Robertson, Lawandle Pule, Simone Jacobs, and Misha Williams. Nice to have the ladies up there as well. So it's going to be a crackerjack race. We've got 11 competitors out there. So the man that was the quickest out there on qualifying was KC Enzer Smith. Luca Worley was up there. Oh, keep an eye on Jason Macbeth and Ethan Steer, local lads, and Misha Williams. She'll also be out there having a lot of fun. But I reckon we're going to have a crackerjack race. Casey Enzer Smith was down here towards the end of last year. Very quick there. He's on pole position together with Nicholas Roos, Luca Worley, and Jaden Goosen there. Then Jason Macbeth and Divian Naidu. Tyre van der Laan, Ethan Steele on the next row. Lawandle Pule, Tyler Robertson, Misha Williams, and Simone Jacobs bring up that field there. So that's your starting grid for the first AKJ race. Also a 50-lap race, and it's approximately, 13 and a half minutes because they're doing sub-minute laps around this 1.2 kilometer track. So they are absolutely blindingly quick. There we see young Ellerine walking up pit lane. So we're looking forward to this race. That picture a little bit pixelated, nonetheless we're all subject to all the necessary provisions. Yeah. That view there of the start finish line is from where we are, our commentary position. You can see the little balcony stairwell to your right hand side of the picture. This is where we are sitting. This is what our view is about. So brilliant to have all the viewers on board worldwide. And if you're joining us this afternoon, we really welcome you on board, and sincerely hope that you have a lot of fun here today. Right, we'll be starting this live feed of the OKJ race pretty shortly. The marshal's just getting the circuit ready. There you can see a beautiful view from the drone with that ROK little air bridge in front of them. They're all lined up in the pre-race paddock, chomping at the bit, ready to go racing. And while the track just being prepped for them, there the gate opens, there they roll out. So woo, keep an eye on this one. All even money is currently on Casey Enzer Smith to see if he can take this one. Had the quickest time out there in qualifying. As they roll around the circuit, come of the carts just been assisted to get going. So we'll have a look, see how that one pans out. Around they go. This is the OKJ carts, very, very quick. They're singular geared, so it's just basically throttle and brake response. But I can assure you they are blindingly quick. So we'll see how that one pans out. Okay, so now they make their way around the circuit. They're going to, I think they only get one warm-up lap from what I can understand, and then they've got to form up. They're coming out of Boggs Bend. No, it looks like they've got two lap warm-up. So they're just going to quickly put some heat in those tires, bend in those brake pads a bit, and make sure they're steering and they feel comfortable. Wedge away in your seat, get yourself all sorted up for the race. And then when they make their way around now in the second lap, they will slow up and they'll start forming up. There you go, you see they're starting to slow down now. They will start forming up. Once they form up, they will roll around nice and slowly. Well, that's what we expect of them, to be slowly. A little bit of mind games will be played and tussled up in the front. There they go down the back straight now. They'll start forming up down towards Golf Club. As I said, now you can see from the drone, if you look down to the bottom there, as it goes into that right-hand corner, it looks like there's sort of a Golf Club's head of a good Cleveland driver. And I'm not sponsored by Cleveland, folks. Trust me, it could be tailor-made. It could be anything for those that are golfers. But there they go, a couple of slow cars trying to catch up now as they line up. They work their way what we call Boggs Bend and make their way towards us. Some of the other cars catching up with them. There they formed up nicely. They're going to come past what we call the kiosk kink. There's the kiosk. You can see the pit lane. They roll around. It's going to be a left and a right-hander. They'll split those tram lines. They'll wait for the lights to come on. There they split the tram lines. They start edging up a bit now. Lights on and away they go. Down into turn number 1 they go, and it's a lot of jostling for positions as they work their way down towards the 180 complex. It's close stuff. It looks like Casey Enzer Smith is in the lead there as they work their way around. Out of the 180 complex they come. All those tires, you just see the little heads bobbing around now. Out of the 180 complex they go down the back straight. Down they make their way down towards Golf Club. It's line of stern stuff as they go now down into turn into the Golf Club. The drone giving you a beautiful aerial view of the racing. They work their way out now into Boggs Bend. Here they come down towards the kiosk kink. It's a left and a right up towards the line. It's nail-biting stuff. It's nose-to-tail stuff now as they cross the line. Nicholas Roos leads out Casey Enzer Smith. Jaden Goosen, Tyre van der Laan, Jason Macbeth, Divian Naidu. And that is your top 6 as they work their way through. So Nicholas Roos from the Roos karting camper leads out. Casey Enzer Smith sits in second. Jaden Goosen in third. Tyre van der Laan in 4th place. Jason Macbeth in 5. Divian Naidu 6. Well, they're all having a lovely scrap of it now. Making their way down into Golf Club once again. Rolling out there. Nose to tail. Exciting stuff. They're all pretty close. A lovely aerial view of the carts as they come through. Work your way now up on the start finishing line. Absolute flat, firmly stuck in the right hand of the floorboard. Nicholas Roos leading out. Casey Enzer Smith right up there with Nicholas Roos. Jaden Goosen, Jason Macbeth, the local lad there sitting in P4. Divian Naidu, Tyre van der Laan, all in there. Robinson's in there too. Ethan Steer. And Luca Worley's in there. Poulet's in there in 10th. And they're having a fantastic scrap of it. Demisha Williams down in 11th. Simone Jacobs down in 12th. Down into Golf Club. They work their way out of Golf Club. There come the leaders. They come through Golf Club now through Boggs Bend. Down towards the kiosk kink. Work that left right-handed into the sweep. Coming up towards us and still being led out there by Nicholas Roos. Casey Enzer Smith holding on to second. Jaden Goosen right up behind him. Jason Macbeth's also there in a not too distant 4th position. Followed there by Divian Naidu, Tyre van der Laan. And all working their way through there now. So lots of good racing. Pretty close stuff. Nicholas Roos, best lap there now on a 41.1. That is blindingly quick, folks. Anything 40 seconds or less is stupendously fast around the circuit here in Cape Town, I can assure you. Into Golf Club they go. They're going to work their way through Golf Club. Down past the Kiosk King, coming up towards the start-finish line now is Nicholas Roos. Roos has got a little bit of a gap there over Casey Enzersmith. He crosses the line. We've got 11 laps to go. Nicholas Roos and Enzersmith is under tremendous pressure there from Jaden Goosen. Goosen sits right there behind Casey Enzersmith. Casey fighting on. He's not too worried. He's eating the sandwich. He's not too concerned. He just wants to get up there. So Van Laan 6th, Robinson 7th, Steer 8th, Poole 9th, and Williams 10th. So going down towards Bogs Bend. Once again are your leaders there. Nicholas Roos still leading out. Roos there, but have a look at that scrap behind in Casey Enzersmith and Jaden Goosen are at it. Loggerheads there. The two of them are absolutely nose to tail. Casey Enzersmith not too worried about it. He's trying to close down on the back of Nicholas Roos, but Roos is putting a bit of daylight with himself there and Casey Enzersmith. So Casey's going to have to work a little bit harder. Jaden Goosen right there to pounce on Casey at any moment. And Nicholas Roos making sure that he just stays out front. Young lad from the northern regions. And Nicholas once again setting the quickest lap around here over 41.6. So he's doing fantastic stuff. The drone shot absolutely mind-blowingly beautiful down in Golf Club as they work their way around and make their way now towards the bend. Right, so yeah, they come up over the start-finish line once again. We're going to have 6 of 15 laps, and out front still Nicholas Roos. Roos leading out of it, Casey Enzersmith. Jaden Goosen right there on the back bumper. Jason Macbeth's trying to close in on them. Your front four. Well, Nicholas Roos has got, I won't call it a comfortable lead, but a fair lead. A little bit of breathing space to operate within his own zone. He doesn't want Casey and Jaden too close to him. As he makes his way down towards Golf Club once again. A great aerial view, racing their way down into Golf Club. Well, Nicholas Roos is building up a hefty lead. Not too fantastic though, but like I say, just affording him space to operate within his own zone. Yeah, he comes through the King now, up over the start-finish line. He's on the halfway mark, 7 out of 15. Got 8 laps to go. Well, looking at the body language of Nicholas Roos, he looks pretty comfortable now as he makes his way down towards the 180 complex. He has got a fair idea now where his competitor sits, because if he looks to his left, he can see them coming into the 180s. Casey Enzersmith, who's about 1.5 seconds off the leader. Jaden Goosen is right there behind Casey. If he makes any mistake as he goes down into Golf Club, I can assure you Jaden is going to pounce. Jason Macbeth, well, he's a second off them. He'd like to get a bit closer, and I can assure you he's fighting to get closer. And in the halfway mark now, they're going to complete 8 laps of the prescribed 15. And still Nicholas Roos, the young lad, pedaling hard. He works his way down towards the 180 complex. There's Nicholas going into the 180s. Doing a sterling job, is young Nicholas Roos. He's been followed there by Casey Enzersmith. Jaden Goosen right there with him. Jason Macbeth, he wants to reach out and touch them, but he's going to have to pedal a little bit harder. And a little way back is Divian Naidu. Divian, then Taya van der Laan. Robinson in there too. Ethan Steers there. Misha Williams up to 9th, doing fantastically well. Poole down in 10th. Simone Jacobs down in 11th. And Luca Worley right down. Well, I think he's out of the race. Luca Worley's out of the race. Very unfortunate for Luca Worley. So, still your leader, Nicholas Roos. He is 2.5 seconds. Jaden Goosen past Casey Enzersmith. We didn't see that move, but Jaden Goosen's got past Casey Enzersmith. Jaden Goosen now up into second place, and 2 seconds off there. Casey Enzersmith, well, to relinquish third there. And Jason Macbeth is right there with Casey Enzersmith. So it's all going to go down to the wire. This one is getting pretty exciting, folks. It's going down to the wire, I can tell you that much. Well, not for Nicholas Roos, though. He's about 2.5 seconds down the road. So there comes Nicholas Roos up over the line. Roos over the line. Into turn number 1 goes Nicholas Roos. There we go. Jaden Goosen, Jason Macbeth cross the line. Casey Enzersmith down to 4th. While he's losing ground, because now Jason Macbeth's gone up into 3rd place. So it's all happening out there. Young Jason Macbeth's been absolutely biding his time. He's on the podium. He'll be pretty elated with that one now as he sits up behind Jaden Goosen, but he's still a second and a bit off the pace there, closing as hard as he can. We're still 5 laps in at the rate he's going. Well, who knows? Maybe he can reel in Jaden. Casey Enzersmith now sitting in 4th. Can be feeling probably a little bit dejected that he's down in 4th. He'd like to be a little bit higher. He was one of the pole sitters. Didn't have a great start of it. Divya Naidu in 5. 3 seconds of Casey Enzer Smith. Taya van der Laan sitting in 6. So it's all happening out there as Nicholas Roos leads out. And we still got 4 laps in it. Nicholas Roos almost 3 seconds ahead of Jaden Goosen. Jason Macbeth another second or so behind Jaden. Jaden Goosen doing a sterling job. Down into Golf Club, the leaders are working their way out of Golf Club down towards the Kiosk King. You can see the drone picture as they work their way through Kiosk King. They come out towards the start-finish line. And Nicholas Roos still leading out. Nicholas Roos doing a sterling job there in P1. Almost now 3 seconds ahead of Jaden Goosen. Jason Macbeth in third place. Still about 1.5 seconds off Jaden. So it looks like this could stay the way it is down towards the end of the race as the main bunch work their way through the 180s. Your second place, Jaden Goosen, making his way down towards Golf Club. Nicholas Roos into Golf Club, working his way down towards the start-finish line. He'll come through the King pretty shortly. There we go. There comes Nicholas Roos. Roos going to cross the line now with 2 laps to go. So Nicholas starts his penultimate lap up towards turn number 1. Works his way. You see a beautiful aerial view of the circuit. So nice to see Nicholas working his way through the 180s. Jaden Goosen now 3 seconds off Nicholas Roos. And Jason Macbeth 2 seconds further back in third place. Casey Enzer Smith half a second behind Jason Macbeth. And Divya Naidu, Taya van der Laan in 6. So everything happening out there now as the leaders are looking to start their final lap. There you'll see the flag marshal put out his final lap board there with his little orange hat. There goes the final lap board. Nicholas Roos crosses the line, makes his way down into turn number 1 for the final time in heat number 1. It's a brilliant lead of 3.2 seconds he has over Jaden Goosen. Nicholas makes his way into the 180s. He rolls around. He makes it look so nice and easy. Smooth driving style there from the young lad from the northern regions. And makes his way down towards Golf Club. Down towards Golf Club he goes. Take it long sweeping right-hander. Be late on the brakes into that horseshoe. He'll work his way around. And you see an aerial shot there. Now we're waiting for our leader to come through the kink. There he comes. There comes Nicholas Roos. He's going to get the checkered flag. Checkered flag beckons. Nicholas Roos takes heat number 1 of the OKJs. Jaden Goosen second. Jason Macbeth. Casey Enzer Smith. Waiting there for Divya Naidu. Divya Naidu crosses the line. Taya van der Laan. Robson Steer over the line. Misha Williams. Wanle Pule over the line, and then Simone Jacobs, Luca Worley, unfortunately not finishing the race. Well, that was absolutely top draw stuff here out of the sunny Cape Town. A fantastic race out of the OKJ class, and we will be back a little bit later to let you know what's happening.
confirm that you're sorting out your equipment there? Okay, so two, this race and another one, then it's the mini ROK, the big class, that huge, the first race, then we have lunch. I'm just running to the loo. Okay, copy. We got some time till next race.
That camera is imperative. We need enough ASAP. And then look, did you find the GoPro? Is the cable there? That's fine. Is the cable in one piece or not? Also, Lobshow, check the data, please. Warren, that was spectacular flying. I could feel your adrenaline, Warren. Rather you than me. You're controlling four rotors in the sky. It's not that one, no, it's not the thing. You've got to worry about a gimbal and the chopper. The only thing I'm concerned about is those speaker lines down there. I go, nothing those. But that starts like if they do another standard start. Yeah, the start is cool. I'll do a pullback. But this is a big contrast from today to what we did over race there. Yeah. I want to cut each other race there. Pretty straight. You have to. The 17. That's a recording. Setting it up as a train. Well, this is a rough release, so because I couldn't direct my thing. I can't tell. But you need someone who knows racing to do it. I know. Where's that Twitter? Did they not? The guys that did today's show. I need Rick. So Sean's also going in on the movie with us. So far there's like 10 of us. Did you get that? Basically the rotated on and now that we have like other music. Was that the interviews on the water? Okay, great. So like the only thing is we'll be booked out for like April, like 5 times a year. Yeah. But like going into next year, we're probably gonna have most of the news measures. So the only platform there, bro, I need a group. The only thing is that the movie we had apparently went on a job and just got destroyed. Yeah. Because Ivan went on the one day to go check it, and the guys that were running it just didn't know. And apparently all the motors were out. Well, like the thing is, it's like 116 grand. If we go, we all want to commit to it because we can go rent out for a walk with an Alta X with the whole setup for like 60 grand a day. He just he is he sees future value in it, and because we get 116k, but then we also need to get the other ring as well, so we go out the normal shop stuff. Yeah. That's like 18 grand or so. Well, we can figure that, but we can get from Rob and Rusty, we can get that. Sean, how's it going down there? It's fine. I mean, apart from the fact we don't hear back from you like 90% of the time. Because those guys do Hello, what's happening with your camera? Does it not flip back and forth? No, now it's like normally I've got 3 hand drops that all I think one like with some pieces of my hand drop. I won't be surprised. I get really nice drop. And we lost like those 2 cameras during the race. They were flying, right? Wait, I don't know, it just the car passed, and we're like, there's a GoPro, and then it passed, and we're like, look, it's hanging. And then it passed, and it's like those little very next to
So the next class is going to go out. These are the DD2s. This is not our class. Once they're out, our class will start lining up and we can get the roving camera in there.
And everything else is resolved now. Everything else is resolved in terms of power. Load share?
No, as soon as they clear, our class starts lining up.
Shauna, are you returning to your position? I see you. Okay, thank you. I'll get it to you. There we go. Were you an operator?
A little bit.
Are you mainly a director? You can yeah, you got you should do multicam directing.
Okay, the roaming camera can go
Let's go for Adam. That's funny, but I gave you this morning because I'll send
Which one do you want to go to?
they can start lining up on our cards.
Sean, can you line up on the cards, please? And just check your exposure.
I think there's load shedding now.
Actually, no.
The batteries get taken out of the towers, so you get no signal during load shedding.
But with our dish, we can see points. With our satellite, yeah.
Okay, roaming
And
camera
then when
live.
C point goes off, we just rotate it to that side. No, they're lining up for the next one. So, yeah.
I always just thought that they were going to be enough, I mean we can.
Like, fuck. But your M600 is perfect. It's basically an Inspire.
Yeah, it's just big. But like, you want everything with M600 to be like, you got 36 batteries. You got everything for it. You can put 85R in it and like, yeah. Because like,
Even that MT10 will carry all those cameras in.
well, but just the MT10 has just got those, like if you want to do like scroll around and stuff like that, you'll get the legs. But you can still like, this was like, well,
Now you'll be having to go to go first one,
It messes with my brain.
the second one, back straight.
I'll get it now. I had it towards the end of the last one.
Okay guys, about 10 laps to go and then we live for the biggest race of the day, which is obviously the one that's got 25 kids in it. So yeah, 25 cars, it's going to be chaos, there's going to be lots of crashes. It's going to be difficult for us to follow the leaders, but you know, we'll do our best.
Good job. Are we doing an onboard?
But it might be on something lines across over there. Sorry? Something lines across over there. Could be a GoPro. Just on the car barriers. The black there.
Thank God we didn't put an A7 on them. You know, we really should have put Lawrence's Alexa Mini on there.
Yeah, nice stuff. Where we should have had the handle with the
But I'll be honest, I didn't realize what to deal with that much of an issue. It's short of the easier.
Camera down the back straight, up here.
Running in the battery now. So is there load shedding in this whole area now?
Yeah. Who is our cameraman back there? What's his name?
Carlo.
Carlo, go for Lauren.
Might be lying over there. Yeah, okay. So it might be
He's still live. Great job, it's looking brilliant. You can go.
I'm going to go now.
Right.
You should be on.
I'm not hearing anything. Testing. Testing. Yeah, there we go. Right. So next up, we're going to have the mini ROK. We're looking at about 24 competitors there. You can see them lining up in pit lane. It's going to be an absolute humdinger out there. And the mini ROK class. We're going to have umpteen competitors. There's old young Jude Stewart in picture, putting on his balaclava and then his helmet. That very noticeable Japanese type flag, rising sun. Jude Stewart putting on his helmet, getting ready. Next will be the gloves. Puts it through the D-ring, the reverse clip, press stud. Make sure it doesn't come loose. His dad alongside him pushing his cart down pit lane. Wonderful pictures here out of Cape Town. There, the rest of the carters getting themselves all readied up for the mini ROK. 24 carts out there. It's going to be an absolute screamer. They look like absolute professional racing drivers. So all getting themselves ready down the road there. And there's one of the Praga carts. Lovely to see all the lads and ladies lining up in pit lane. Some beautiful shots there from our cameraman down in pit lane. No sound from his side, but the dads all feverishly getting their young lads ready. Look at them. The cart there on the stand and the youngsters barely looking over the top. Little diminutive youngsters, and they're going to go out racing anytime soon. And you can see it looks like a simple motor and a simple cart. Folks, there's a lot of money that goes into this, trust me. The Ferrari badge on the front of the cart. Yeah, we all aspire, the Cosmic there with the Ferrari badge on, all aspire to one day be driving Ferraris or Lamborghinis or Aston Martins or whatever the case be. So on screen at the moment, the DD2 class out there on the track. Young Joseph's leading out there from Sebastian Boyd, Connor Hughes, Jared Jordan, Michael Jordan, Andrew Thomas, all out there at the moment. So they nearly finished. They're on lap 9 of their 15. As you see, all the dads getting their young chargers sorted out in pit lane for the Mini ROK. And they'll be going out pretty short. So any commentating on the ROK classes, it's a national, and that is why we're out here talking about the ROK classes today. Mike's side, Francois Butler here from Killarney International Raceway down in sunny Cape Town. And racing has been absolutely fantastic. Out of the top draw stuff there on screen, you see the results. The current 10 laps out of the 15 there for the DD2s and DD2 Masters that are currently out on circuit. Joseph's leading it from Sebastian Boyd, Connor Hughes, Jared Jordan, Michael Jordan, Andrew Thomas. And the youngsters are saying, my man's going to come first. All sitting there in the lane. That's Reese Curzon. You can see on his helmet. Reese Curzon sitting there in the 88 cart. Reese Curzon, one of the current South African champions now in the Mini ROK class. All the dads lined up against the wall with the young chargers ahead of them. Some fantastic. Here's a Ralph Schumacher cart. We know Ralph is watching. Ralph, if you are watching, welcome to our viewership. There's the all the carts in pit lane. Dads are saying, go for it, my boy. It says, thanks, Dad. I'll try my best. Way to go. Well, wherever you are in the country, we sincerely hope you're enjoying the live stream. This crew of us is doing a sterling job. I'm just the voice behind the picture. And I'm just trying to bring you all the excitement. Because I'm getting excited. The racing has been absolutely out of the top draw today. This is the going to be the final race before the lunchtime break. And then when I come back, we've still got 2 more heats out of each race. So there's still plenty of entertainment. And all you're doing is paying for a little bit of data. Isn't this a cheap outing? Man, and what an exciting one. There on the right hand, you can see the carters there. Reese Curzon, the pole sitter. There comes another one of the pole carts getting put down. Esprit, I think that's going to be Ethan Lennon. Yes, there's Ethan Lennon getting into his cart. He's the pole sitter, young Ethan Lennon. There's Dad Gary saying to my boy, do your best. Gary Lennon, one of the co-sponsors today for the Win Racing, FTW, together with Southern Cross Investments, Dave Walker, Ralph Schumacher Karting, Vortex Engines, and 7 Films, Lawrence van Rensburg. Young Ethan Lennon checking his cart, making sure he's comfortable, sitting back in his cart. And there you see the digital readout of what they see while they're on circuit, what kind of speeds they're doing. So he's making sure he's all readied up. Set the fastest time on qualifying alongside him there, Reese Curzon, young Keegan Beaumont. There you see Beaumont on the back, young Keegan Beaumont chatting to Reese, saying, my boy, you can do it. Do it for the team, the Cape Town boys. Well, there we go. And all the chargers making sure they're all ready to race. Beautiful helmets that they have here. Viano sits there in the second row. All the Schumacher entourages. Well, I'm sure Ralph Schumacher will be very happy. He's got all his representation down in Cape Town today. All the local lads from up north. The whole RS team is here today. Wave to the camera. There we go, my boy. Thank you. Thanks for waving. Nice to see they acknowledge the cameraman. There's young Jude Stewart. Jude and his dad there. Dad taking a photo of his charge. They're trying to get the concentration. He had pole position but was pipped down to the 3rd row. So we'll go racing pretty shortly. Look at this, 24 carts in it. It's going to be an absolute buzz out there, folks. Let's hope there's no carnage. Let's hope they all keep themselves sorted out, and that the racing is going to be out of the top draw. Well, there's the results of the races just past the DD2 Masters. Won there by Joseph Ulz, followed by Sebastian Boyd, Connie Hughes, and Jared Jordan. Well, ambient temperature here in Cape Town is about 24 degrees. I'm sure the track temperature will be a little bit higher, on about 28. And I just want to give a big shout out to the production team and our camera crew together with our drone pilot. I tell you what, sterling work out there. And young Ethan Lennon sitting on pole there. Reese Curzon alongside him. They're ready to go and rumble. So we'll see how that one turns out. Right, there you have it. Reese Curzon together with Ethan Lennon. Right, so here we go on the front row there. Reese Curzon, Ethan Lennon, Vian Bosov, Laviwe Sambudla, Luke Hill, Mohammed Marat, Jude Stewart, Joshua Moore, Madam Mason, Mabundla's in there. Everyone's in there. All going to make sure that they can do it pretty well. Okay, so we're about ready to go. Just getting the track sorted out. All the pit max and the dad stand up against the wall. You don't want your toes driven over. So they'll go racing pretty shortly. Oh, exciting times. Last race before lunchtime. And Mini Rock. That man. And a man, I'd say. You have to be a man to race these things. Young Ethan Lennon. Alongside him, Reese Curzon, visor down. Playing the strategic mind game with his competitor. And they're all chomping at the bit, ready to go. What's going to happen? So we're going to have to see. Butterflies in the stomach. First time out for the day. Reese's dad, Mark, has a look on, make sure the cart's in order. So the rest of the garage staff stand upstairs on the balcony and look down at their young chargers. And they'll get going pretty shortly. Everyone with their masks on. Because of this COVID pandemic we've got worldwide. But it looks like Cape Town is winning the battle, and so is the rest of South Africa, getting the numbers down on the COVID. Everyone adhering to the protocols. We even have protocol managers here on the circuit who are making sure that we all adhere to them. And I must admit, everyone very accomplished in managing the COVID problem. Look at all those cards racked up there in the pre-race paddock. Oh my word, 24 of them. It's going to be absolute mayhem out there, folks. Well. Parallel cards, Tony cards. Anybody who's anybody in the junior ranks are sitting down there now in the pre-race paddock. Will be pretty good to go pretty shortly. That drone up above the pit lane. What a beautiful aerial shot. That is not something you see every day. And then the walk camera in the pit lane itself. Well, that's the way we like it to be. Make you feel inclusive wherever you are in the world at the moment. And I sincerely hope you're having as much fun as we are down here in Cape Town on the southern tip of South Africa. And yeah, we're not a lost country. We have the rest. We have everything and more. So when the borders do open, come visit us, folks. Come to Cape Town. Winter, it's cold, but it's pleasant. Summer, warm, very pleasant. Lots of beaches, wine farms. We've got wild animals. No, they don't roam the streets. They're in the game parks. But nonetheless, you can go and visit them. And of course, we've got racing. And that's where you are at the moment. Down at Killarney International Raceway in Milnerton in Cape Town, one of the suburbs, very close to the beach. We're approximately, as the crow flies, about 3 kilometers from the coast. And you can see some cloud cover in the sky. That's a light northwesterly breeze coming in. We're expecting a little bit of rain late tonight. It is autumn. Reese Curzon in picture in the new Paralyn cart. He's got a new cart there, donning his very distinctive helmet that he wears. He's been using it for a couple of seasons now. And he's a South African champion, so he knows why, sitting up on pole position in number 88. Reese Curzon right up alongside him. On his right-hand side is Ethan Lennon. That is who he's going to have to compete with. And I can assure you it's going to be a right royal scrap at the sharp end of the field. Well, are they building up nervous energy? I would have been on circuit already, I can tell you that much. But nonetheless, we're under the clerk of the course's orders, and he'll get us rolling pretty shortly. There you see already Ethan trying to wave his legs around. He's getting a little bit impatient. He wants to get out on the circuit. I think the marshals are just clearing the circuit ever so slightly, making sure everything's in order, and then we'll go racing. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, For the Win Racing, 7 Films, Vortex, Southern Cross Investments, together with Ralph Schumacher Karting. So once we go racing, it's going to be absolutely brilliant.
You can practice it for the warm-up, but the rolling start will be brilliant.
But yeah, so this race, I think they'll get either 1 or 2 warm-up laps, and then we'll hit a rolling start. And they're going to have an absolute battle out there. Well, a small delay. Unexpected. But I'm sure there's a viable reason for it. Probably something from the powers that be that are trying to get something ready. Maybe on the timing side. Possibly on the marshal side or the COC, the clerk of the course. We'll have to see what comes of that. Well, they're all sitting there composing themselves. All the pit max there with their chargers. Some of the drivers standing up in the shade, getting a little bit hot, sitting in the car, the sun bearing down on them. Well, under that helmet, that suit, that is rather warm. There you can see them stand up against the shade. They don't want to get too hot. You start sweating, you don't get good grip on your gloves. And yeah, you don't want that. Well, there's some delay. I'm not sure what the delay is. We're not getting any feed from the delay. But like I said, once the borders are open, come visit us in Cape Town, folks, wherever you are in the world. With the Rand dollar exchange, Rand pound or Rand euro exchange, your euro and your dollar goes far. And it's not an expensive town by any manner of means. You can have an absolute ball out here. We've got everything. We've got the sea. We've got hotels, we've got the mountains, we've got wine farms, we've got game farms. There's so much to do. You can have board. Right, so they're rolling out of the pre-race paddock and make their way onto the circuit. It's going to be mayhem. There's 24 carts in it. Ethan Lennon and Reese Curzon are at the pole front sharp end of the field. They make their way around the circuit. They get warm-up laps. So they're going to be warming up. I think they get 2 warm-up laps before they form up. You will see when they wave double yellows, that's when they will be asked to form up. We don't see any flags waving yet, but they're forming up. They're slowing up. No, it looks like they're forming up at the back end of the circuit. So they're already forming up in the back straight down towards Golf Club. They will get into their 2 single file lines. Oh, there's a bit of a crash there on the back. So the drone takes us down towards there. Could be a little bit of an argy-bargy coming together at the back end of the field. Are they going to sort it out? It looks like they sorted it out. So the drone works its way around. They work their way around Golf Club. It's a bit of a mind game at the front end of the field. Ethan Lennon, Reese Curzon, who's going to drop the hammer first? Well, we'll have to wait and see now as they roll slowly out of Golf Club. They make their way around through Boggs Bend. They're going to come down towards the end of pit lane, which we call Kiosk Kink. Right up on the curb goes Ethan Lennon. Reese Curzon's alongside him. Well, have a look at this. Easy does it, Tigers. 24 of them, all ready to go. There they go. Past the Kiosk Kink, onto the main straight. Right, they're going to split those tram lines. You see the tram lines? They will split them. The lights will go on, the lights will go off, and we will go racing. Something, will he step out? Is he going to show his hand or is he going to stay? Curzon stays with Lennon. Lennon leads. Reese Curzon there with him. Vian Bosov, Sambundla with him there. Morat is in there. Hills in there. Moores in there. Mabundla, the 2 Mabundlas are in 8 and 9 respectively. And Jude Stewart down in 10th. Lovely aerial shot there of the leaders now as they work their way down the back straight. Have a look at Curzon sitting on the back end there of Ethan Lennon. Oh, they make their way down towards Golf Club. Lennon is right there. He's ready to pounce at any moment. Lennon's aware of him. He doesn't look too phased though. He just hangs in there and works his way down through past the kiosk kink. He's going to work his way onto the main straight. Here we go. Up over the start finish line they go, and in 7 laps in the bag, or 6 laps there, halfway mark. Still Curzon sits with Lennon. Well, they're going to be closing up behind some of the slower markers pretty shortly. So they work their way through. And there's still Lennon leading out over Curzon. Lennon there with Curzon right up behind him through the 180s, making their way down the back straight. Keep an eye now, can Curzon see got good exit speed coming out of that final twist. Makes his way down into Golf Club. Into Golf Club they go. They're going to work their way out of Golf Club. And it's still Lennon with Curzon right there with him past the king coming down the main straight. Curzon is up behind Lennon. He gets good draft. Is he close enough to mount any form of challenge? Does he step out? No, he stays in. Right, so Rhys Curzon's he's a young lad, but he's a seasoned veteran. And I think he's biding his time. It looks like he can hold Ethan Lennon in check. So he's got him in check. Now the thing is, can he sell him a dummy? We don't know. Can he be late on the brakes somewhere? They're down the back straight. Curzon sits there with Lennon. No, they're not nodding at each other. They're trying to get under the draft to get a little bit of a slipstream going into Slipstream City. I don't think Slipstream City is open at the moment because there's a little bit of a breeze behind, but they're trying their best. They will get a lot of drafting going down towards turn number 1 now over the start finish line. You'll see Curzon come right up to the back of Lennon. There we go. Now, will he do something? Nope. 3 laps to go. Is Lennon going to do enough to hold this one off and stave off the attentions? Third place there is Sambudla, Bossoff, Murat, Hill, Moore, Mabundla, another Mabundla, Stewart's in there too, Mason down in 11th. And they're working their way down the back straight now towards Golf Club. Beautiful aerial shot. And still it's Lennon holding off Curzon. Lennon looking like he's trying to pick up a bit of speed there now. Curzon trying to keep him in check as they work their way down through the kink past the pit lane exit. They're going to make their way up towards the start finish line. When they do that, they will have 2 laps to go. Lennon and Curzon make their way into turn number 1. Holzhoek. And well, Lennon staving off the attentions there of Rhys Curzon and doing a sterling job at it. They're starting to pull away now. They're about 3 seconds. And Curzon up on the inside of Lennon. Curzon brings it up on the inside of Lennon and just bolts away from him. Well, I told you he's biding his time. And he's got 2 laps left in it. This is his penultimate. And Curzon, a calculated maneuver up on the inside of Lennon, now down into Golf Club. Works his way out of Golf Club. Young Rhys Curzon, a very quick lad in the 4-wheel category. Works his way around one of the carts off the circuit there. But Curzon leads out. Can Lennon come back at him? Can he come back at him? And they're going to start their last lap. It's last lap time. Rhys Curzon leading out in the parallel. Curzon leading out. Will Lennon come back at him? Lennon's trying everything to reel Curzon in now into the 180s. Into the 180s they go. And Curzon still leading out. He's shaving off the attentions of Ethan Lennon. While he bided his time very well. He's now going down towards the back straight. Down towards Golf Club. Has Curzon done enough? Curzon gets his head down and takes his way down towards Golf Club. Into Golf Club he goes with a parallel and works his way through the right-hander. It's a long sweeping right-hander, cuts back on you through Boggs Bend down towards the pit exit. Goes Rhys Curzon, and I think he's done enough. It's checkered flag time. It's going to be Rhys Curzon. Checkered flag, Rhys Curzon, Ethan Lennon. Brilliant stuff there. Third place will go to Laviwe Sambudla. And Mohammed Murat, followed there by Luke Hill, Bossoff, Jack Moore, Mabundla, Stewart, Ty Cottrell comes through there, Mason comes through there. Oh, what a brilliant race. Fantastic racing for the youngsters, keeping it absolutely tidy, nothing untoward. And I think it was a sterling race. For you that have been joining us both locally in South Africa and around the world, I sincerely hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. It was absolutely top draw stuff here from these young lads and ladies. And we are going to break for a little bit of lunch. We'll be back a little bit later. Probably give us half an hour or so. We should be back. There you see the Reese Curzon, Ethan Lennon, Laviwe Sambudla, Mohammed Murat, Luke Hill, Vian Bossoff, Joshua Moore, Ntiyiso Mabunda, Malori Mabunda, Jude Stewart, Christopher Tate, and Caleb Cottrell. That's your top 12. Followed there by Mateo Mason, Ethan Deacon, Ashton Repsalt, William Marshall, Sebastiani Eman, Manalisi Nkoma, Cyril Jacobs, Red Skulls, Enzo Ruggiero, James Nash, Liam Crow, and Berlin Robinson make up the full 24.
Sorry?
Right, folks, once again, welcome back to Cape Town, Killarney International Raceway. We're looking to start heat number 2, and that'll be the Kid Rock. Stay regional race underway at the moment. That's the Senior and Junior Max race underway. Kid Rock about to start pretty shortly. Not a very big field, but competitive nonetheless. So to the viewers that have joined us around the world, welcome back. We're looking forward to some exciting stuff. Sitting here in our studio watching the pictures, much like you do. And, well, once again, thanks to our sponsors, to Vortex, Southern Cross Investments, 7 Films, Ralph Schumacher Karting, and For the Win Racing, who the owner of For the Win there, Gary Lennon, managing to put this production together for us, together with the local film crew, and a real bumper issue this afternoon. Well, the Senior and Junior Max race is finished. There you see the results on the board. Andrew Rackstraw taking it from Tate Bishop, Reza Levy, Mohammed Wally, Carl Fisser, Troy Stamer, Ethan Steer, Matthew Wadley, Jaden Jacobs, Storm Lanfear, and Joshua Smith bringing up the rear. The last 2 seeing pull off the track early. Well, we're looking forward to these Rock race coming up now. That's the Kid Rock. Kid Rock. And, well, we're expecting an exciting race. Small field, but competitive nonetheless. So we'll see how this one rolls out. There's a beautiful view from our aerial cam once again. And there you see Table Mountain in the background, the iconic Cape Town Table Mountain as you come into the bay. And you see that mountain, you know you're at home. That's what us Cape Townians say. We look for the mountain. Once we see the mountain, we know we're at home. And, well, a little bit of cloud cover, about a 40% cloud cover here in Cape Town today. A little slight northwester blowing off the sea, bringing in a little bit of cooler weather. And it's very comfortable nonetheless here where we're sitting in our commentary box. There you see an aerial view. Ryan Kareem up front there with Mr. Moore, together with Repsol and De Silva in second place. Fent in the third row, together with Van Rensburg and Ty van der Laan and Matthew Mason bringing up the fourth row. So we'll wait for this race to get underway, and we'll keep you all excited as we can in terms of the racing, see how this all pans out. Right, so you see that lovely aerial shot of the pit lane, 2468 carts lined in there. Trying to get some signal not of the greatest here today by us for some reason. I think with all the load shedding about knocking out a couple of the towers, so it's not what we used to. The drone is absolutely fantastic view here of the circuit today. We're very privileged to have a drone here today, and giving you these fantastic aerial shots of what we see at the track. There we go, that's your pit lane there with that rock inflatable bridge or arc, whatever you'd like to call it. That's up to you. There you see the rock arc. That's the exit of pit lane. So we're looking forward to some stunning racing here this afternoon. Well, it's sort of the second half. It's the second heat. We've got 3 heats today, so it should all be pretty great. And we sincerely hope that if the first heat was anything to go by, I think the second heat is going to be even better, and not to mention the third. Well, the ROK National Cup here in Cape Town, Killarney International Raceway, just outside of Milnerton. We're about 15 kilometers out of the CBD. There you see the Chief Marshal making sure that everyone's ready in pit lane. The pit mechanics with their charges. There they roll out of pit lane. Yeah, they're coming up out of pit lane. And there you see our roving camera go up through them. A lovely shot there. And they all leave pit lane now. Out to have their warm-up lap. Jack Moore leading them out. Jack Moore, Ryan Karim, Rafael de Silva, Tyler Repsol, Kai van Rensburg, Ivan Venter, Maddox Mason and Troy van der Laan are your contestants in this heat.
Okay, they're lining up for the start.
So now you see them forming up down the back straight that they're going down towards Golf Club, the far southern corner of the circuit. Jack Moore, Ryan Karim on the front row there. Young Ryan Karim really rode well in the first heat. Jack Moore stamped his authority down. Is he going to do it in this heat? Well, we'll have to wait and see as they roll up out of Boggs Bend, left and then right, and make their way past the pit complex. And you'll watch them come around the corner. There they are, rolling slowly. They're going to come around that corner there. The marshal says, slow down, gents. Take it easy. It's only the start. But they're chomping at the bit already. They're chomping at the bit. And they're about to get going. Here they go. They split the tram lines. They're up towards the lights. Look at that onboard shot. Oh, beautiful. Oh, there we go. Lights off and we go racing. Look at this beautiful onboard shot here on the cart. Brilliant stuff here. In they go. Looks like Jack Moore has taken the lead there. Ryan Karim in second. They come down into the 180s. Jack Moore leads out. Ryan Karim. It looks like Rafael de Silva there up behind him. Rafael de Silva in third. They work their way out of the 180s. They go down towards the back straight. You'll watch them coming towards you. Look at that beautiful onboard camera shot there from one of the racers. I'm not quite sure who's got the onboard camera. We'll try and pick it up a little bit later now. They make their way down into Golf Club. To Golf Club they go. And coming out of Golf Club there through Boggs Bend. It's still Jack Moore leads out. Ryan Karim in second. They work their way through, and Jack Moore crosses the line for lap number 1. Up behind him, Ryan Karim, Rafael de Silva, Tyler Repsol, Kai van Rensburg. All work their way through. Ivan Venter, Maddox Mason, Troy van der Laan. Still Jack Moore leading out. Jack Moore leading this race. Ryan Karim, up behind Ryan Karim looks like Rafael de Silva. All happening out there. And Jack Moore already stamping his authority down on this one. And he's not letting Ryan Karim get too close. So can Jack Moore hold this one off? We'll have to wait and see. Jack Moore still steady out front. Ryan Karim there in second. And Rafael de Silva in third. Tyler Repsol, Kai van Rensburg. That's the way they lead out. And working the way through. All coming out there. Down the back straight they go towards Golf Club. Look at Jack Moore. His head's down. Ears are pinned back as he rolls around into Golf Club. Jack Moore did it in race number 1. He's going to do it in race number 2. Ryan Karim's not close enough to mount any form of challenge. And Rafael de Silva's there. They're getting egged on from the pit wall as they work their way past the pit wall through the kink up over the line. And they're going to cross the line now. Right, so Jack Moore leads out, Ryan Karim second, and Rafael de Silva sitting there in third. Tyler Repsol, Kai van Rensburg, Mason's there in 6th, and van der Laan bringing up the rear there. So Jack Moore still leading out. There we see Jack Moore in the blue cart. He leads out the number 21 cart. Ryan Karim is about a second and a half behind him. There's Ryan Karim not too far behind him, but Ryan Karim pressing on, but he's got Rafael de Silva all over the back of him like a cheap suit. So he's going to have to try and stave off his attention somehow. Moore goes into the 180 complex. There behind him it's Karim and de Silva at a slugfest trying to sort each other out for second place, but in the meantime Jack Moore is screeching out front. He's unopposed as he works his way down towards Golf Club. Jack Moore gets his head down, tries to get under the draft there, works his way into Golf Club. Around Golf Club he goes, takes a nice wide line, cuts back, sweeps around the left-hander, uses the whole circuit to his benefit up onto the curbstones. Easy does it, nice gentle sway, nothing ratchety about his driving style. Up over the line he goes, and we've already done 5 out of 8 laps. So off he goes. Coming up into the 180 complex now is Jack Moore. There he goes, he breaks into the 180 complex. Here comes as De Silva got past. Has De Silva got past Karim? I think he has. Rafael De Silva has got past Ryan Karim. Ryan's going to have to do it all over again if he wants to come back. Rafael De Silva's taken him just into the entrance of the 180s. Karim looks around. He tries to come up there. Looking up on the inside there. Can he come through? No, there's no space. They nearly touch. So Ryan Karim is rubbing the back end there of Rafael De Silva and saying to him, hey, if you can do it, but so can I. They come through past the pit lane complex. Karim's right up on the back of De Silva. They come up here. Here comes Karim, looks up on the inside. He's carrying a little bit more speed. Can he hold it down into turn 1? He does it. He squeezes through on De Silva. Now the thing is, will De Silva come back at him? Up towards the 180s, they side by side. But Karim shuts the door in his face and keeps him brutally honest as they work their way around. And Karim now wants to get away from De Silva. He doesn't want him bothering him for the rest of the race. Can he get away? No, he doesn't. De Silva sits up there behind him. They make their way up towards Golf Club. And Karim and De Silva having a real match of it here for second place. Karim nice and tight around the Golf Club. And works his way out. In the meantime, Jack Moore's down the road. He's 4 seconds ahead of them. But have a look at this. Ryan Karim and Rafael De Silva having a right royal battle now as they cross the line. And De Silva looks up on the inside. Karim closes the door. De Silva goes wide. Oh, now the question is it 1 or 2 movements? You're only allowed 1. I don't know. Karim goes up on the inside, keeps De Silva honest. De Silva tries the switchback. Is he going to come back at him? No. Oh, that beautiful drone shot from our camera crew now as the two of them make their way down the back straight. And De Silva's there with Karim. Karim goes middle of the road. Comes up towards Golf Club, dives inside. De Silva's pressing him. This is the race for second place, folks. This is where all the action is at the moment. Jack Moore's down the road. There goes Jack. And here comes Karim and De Silva. Checkered flag. Oh, it's so much fun. It's so quick. It's all over. Jack Moore takes it from Ryan Karim from Rafael De Silva. Brilliant stuff there. 4th place will be Tyler Repsolt. Kai van Rensburg, Mason, Van der Laan and Venter. Brilliant race there from those young lads. And still lots more to come, folks. That was the Kid Rock. Next up we'll have the KZ2 shifters. And whoo, there the sparks are going to fly. So we'll chat to you pretty shortly, folks. Just hang in there for us and we'll wait for the next race. Right, folks, KZ2, Josh Koetser, Dino Sturman, Scott Falconer, Roman De Beer, Andrew Pommersheim, Tate Bishop, and, well, everybody who's anybody's there. Fabian Lance down in on the 5th row together with Carlo Willifee. Keegan Masters down in the 6th row with Bjorn Roos, Jason Kutsia, Shren Naidu, and Joseph Ellerine. Oh, I sincerely hope they enjoyed the lunch. They've eaten up nicely and they've beefed themselves up for this race. Let's see how that one pans out. Right, so they're rolling out onto the track now. 2 warm-up laps, and then they will go racing. Let's see how this one works out. Out there, Dino Sturman, Josh Koetser, Roman De Beer, Scott Falconer, Tate Bishop, Anton Parmesan, Cody Sherritt, Jürgen Parmesan, Fabian Lance, Carlo Willifi, Bjorn Roos, Keegan Masters, Sharon Naidu, Jason Gutsia, and Joseph Ellerine. This is going to be war. Well, to all our viewers from around the world, welcome to Killarney International Raceway here in sunny Cape Town, the southern tip of Africa. So the ROK National Cup being held here at Killarney, and some absolute top draw racing, and we're glad to have you on board. It's going to be brilliant racing. They're going to come up onto the grid, take up their positions, and then they will go racing. One more lap. They get one more lap. One more warm-up lap for the young lads, and then we're going to have a good scuffle between the KZ2 shifter carts. 6 gears, 125 two-stroke cart. It is mind-blowingly fast. 100. That the short little back straight there on your left-hand side of your picture, the top there. 150 kilometers an hour. It is unthinkable how quick these carts are, and we'll see how that one works out. So it looks like we might have a light issue down on the start.
Yeah, that should be fine.
They're going to come line up. On the front end there, Dino Sturman and Joshua Koetser. Second row, Roman De Beer, Scott Falconer, Tate Bishop, Anton Parmesan, then Cody Sherritt and Jürgen Parmesan. Fabian Lance, Carlo Willifi, Bjorn Roos, Keegan Masters, Sri Naidu, Joseph Gutsia, Joseph Ellerine, anybody's game. And the drones above them on the start. The lights off and away they go. And down they go into, it looks like Sturman gets the whole shot. Sturman with Koetser there in him. And down to the 180s, a little bit of scuffling, all keeping it neat and tidy. Into the 180 complex they go. They work their way around. And Dino Sturman's got the lead now. Does someone reel him in, or does Dino get away? We'll have to wait and see as they make their way down towards Golf Club. That long double right-hander sort of cut back. Then hang the left through Boggs Bend. Another right-hand sway down towards past the pit complex. They're going to come towards us now to complete their first lap. Complete their first lap. And Koetser's in the lead. That's Josh Koetser, so that's not Sturman. Sturman's down. Where is... Well, according to us, it's Josh Koetser that leads up. Joshua Koetser, Scott Falconer, Carlo Willifi, Keegan Masters up in fourth, Cody Sherritt, Roman De Beer, Fabian Lance, Tate Bishop, Joseph Ellerine. Dino not registering on us, so he's obviously off. Coming through the kink now, past the pit complex, down onto the main straight. And it's Koetser leading out. Koetser leading out. Koetser, Scott Falconer. Keegan Masters up to third. Keegan is absolutely murdering this pack. He's up into third place already. So keep an eye on P3, Keegan Masters. Dino Sturman leads out, sorry. Masters fourth. So Sturman wasn't registering. He's now registering on the timing. I thought it looked like Dino. That is those predominant green suit he's wearing on the Tony Kart. So that was definitely Dino Sturman leading out there. Josh Koetser second, Scott Falconer third, Keegan Masters followed there by Roman De Beer, Carlo Willifi, Fabian Lance and Tate Bishop, Cody Sherritt down in ninth, Bjorn Roos in 10th. That's your top 10. Keep an eye on them now as they cross the line. Dino Sturman's out there, quickest lap of the race, 40.3 seconds. Josh Koetser 40.4. Scott Falconer down in 41 together with Keegan Masters. It's all happening out there, folks. Oh, there's racing aplenty in the mid-pack here as they work their way through. Best lap so far, Dino Sturman 40.3. And that's why it's shining up in purple on our sector here. the sector map saying that he's the quickest man out there, and indeed he is. But have a look at this scuffle here. It's going over third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. We got there in third place Scott Falconer, Keegan Masters, Roman De Beer, and Fabian Lance. They're all in it to win it. Dino Sturman is through. Josh Coutser. Keegan Masters now in third. Scott Falconer in fourth. Keegan Masters on the move. Keep an eye on Keegan Masters. He's a very quick lad on four wheels. So we'll keep an eye there on third place. Keegan Masters, quickest man on the circuit now. Josh Coutser, 40,247 seconds. He is absolutely flying. So everybody's in it to win it. Sturman leads out. Sturman coming through there. There comes through the kink. There comes second placed man Josh Coutser. Coutser coming through there, and not too far behind him it's Keegan Masters. Sturman comes down in turn number one. Right hand in there. Keeps it nice and tight. Up behind him Josh Coutser. There goes Keegan Masters. Up behind Keegan Masters is Scott Falconer. Then it's Fabian Lance, Roman De Beer, Carlo Willifeed, Tate Bishop down in 8th. Bjorn Rust 9th. Josh Coutser, or Jason Coetzee, in 10th. They all work their way around the track, and the leaders are having a right royal time. Dino Sturman goes into Golf Club, rolls around the double right hand, then swings a left and a right again. Josh Coutser pretty close to him. Keegan Masters is in there as well. Everybody's in it to win it there. Can Dino hold on? He's done 6 laps of 15 laps. He's got 9 laps to go. Josh Coutser trying to reel in Dino Sturman. Is Dino getting a little bit comfortable up front? Can Josh reel him in? We'll have to wait and see. There you see how close it is. It's not even about a second between the two of them. And they roll out of the 180s down the back straight. There comes Sturman, there comes Coutser, and there comes Keegan Masters. So now they make their way down the back straight, down towards Golf Club. You can see the whole gaggle there. Fabian Lance, Scott Falconer, Roman De Beer, Tate Bishop, Carlo Willifeed, and Bjorn Rus. A whole lot of gaggle of carters up there with each other. So they work their through. Here comes Keegan Masters. Masters works his way through. Can he close down on the back of Josh Coutser, who's trying to close down on the back of Dino Sturman? Sturman still leading out. Coutser trying to close down on him. Keegan Masters sees the two of them up front. He wants to join the party. Can he join the party? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Coutser sliding it into the 180 bends there. Up behind Dino Sturman. Sturman trying to get away. But Coutser is absolutely on rails. He closes down there on the back of Dino Sturman. Sturman knows he's there. I'm sure he can feel it about him. But he's concentrating on his A game. He's trying to stay ahead there of Coutser. Coutser trying to close down, and Keegan Masters is in third. Masters would like to reach out and pull Coutser a little bit closer, but he's going to have to up the game. But here comes Sturman. Here comes Coutser. Coutser closing down. Josh Coutser is sitting right there behind Dino Sturman. There goes Keegan Masters. Oh, it's getting too close for comfort as far as Dino's concerned, because Josh Coutser's there or thereabouts. So what is going to happen? And Josh Coutser setting the fastest lap of 40,247. So he is definitely quicker. And he's closing down the back of Dino Sturman. Well. They come out of Golf Club. There's Sturman, there's Coutser, there's Masters. Here comes Sturman. He coming towards the line. He's going to cross the line. And Sturman crossed the line with Josh Coutser right up behind him. Sturman laid in the brakes. Working his way through the gearbox around that right-hand hairpin. Coutser, Masters trying to close down. Keegan Masters done exceptionally well. He was low down in the field. Started very well. Got himself up into third place. So he's running exceptionally well. But now look at this. Coutser right up on the back of Sturman. Oh, the gloves are off. The gloves are off, and this race is getting nice and close down into the... well, we'll have to wait and see about that now. And Coutser already putting a little bit of daylight between himself and Sturman. Sturman's going to have to up the ante if he wants to come back at him now. We know Dino Sturman's got that in his arsenal. He can do it. His times, though, doesn't say that he's as quick as what Josh is at the moment, so we'll have to see. Here comes Josh Coutser. Coutser on a flying lap. And Coutser, Sturman. There's Coutser. Coutser goes into turn number 1. Followed by Dino Sturman. There's Keegan Masters right behind him. Keegan Masters, GTC driver. He knows how to pedal. So to us, Coutser is leading out there with Sturman, who's now the meat in the sandwich between himself and Masters. So we'll have to wait and see. Scott Falconer down in 4. Roman De Beer 5. Fabian Lance 6. Carlo Willifeed 7. Tate Bishop 8. Bjorn Rus 9. Jason Coetzee 10th. Shrin Naidu 11th, Jürgen Pommersheim in 12th, Joseph Ellery 13th, Cody Sherrod 14th, Anton Pommersheim bringing up the rear. And there's only about a second and a half between the whole gap in terms of times they're doing. But still, it's this man, Josh Kutzer, who's leading out. Kutzer leading out over Sturman. Or not. Or not. Has Masters got through on Sturman? I think he has. I think Keegan Masters got through on Dino Sturman. It's not registering on our timing screen, but I think he has. I think he's done it. Let's have a look, see. We'll try and pick up the leader soon. Bring him into camera. There's Kutzer. There's Masters. There's Sturman. There's Kutzer. No, it's Sturman still second. There's Sturman behind Kutzer. So my apologies. Where's Masters? There goes, there goes Keegan Masters. So Sturman trying to close down on the back of Kutzer. Can he do it? Kutzer's through. There's Sturman up behind him. They make their way down towards Golf Club. Going down towards Golf Club. The drone coming in a little bit closer now, hovering down. Bringing them out of Golf Club. He's looking at the main straight. There goes Kutzer. There goes Sturman. Coming up onto the main straight now. Last lap pulled out. Last lap. Kutzer, Sturman, Masters and Fabian Lance. Fabian Lance right up behind Keegan Masters. Well, Fabian Lance has come up pretty quickly. There they go. Out the 180s. Josh Kutzer leading out. And coming up the back straight. Coming. One of the slow markers there into the 180s. We're going to wait for them to come down towards us. There goes Kutzer. There goes Sturman. Here they come now. Here comes Kutzer over the line. Sturman second. Masters third. Lance fourth. Followed there by Tate Bishop in 5. Roman De Beer 6. Carlo Willifie 7th. Scott Falconer. Bjorn Roos. Shrin Naidu. All brilliant stuff there from them. Great, great, great race. Well, just to confirm the result, first place Josh Kutzer, followed by Dino Sturman, Keegan Masters, fourth Fabian Lance, Tate Bishop, Roman De Beer, seventh place Carlo Willifie, Scott Falconer, Bjorn Roos, Shri Naidu, Jürgen Pommersheim, and all a great race there. Cody Sherrod, Jason Gutsia and Anton Pommersheim bringing up the rear, all 15 carts. What a great race. And we wait for our next one, which is going to be the OKJs. Right, so OKJ race number 2 on the front row. Jaden Goosen, Nicholas Roos, Jason Macbeth, Casey Enzer Smith, Ethan Steer, Devin Naidu, Troy van der Laan, Tyler Robinson, Mr. Pooley's out there, Misha Williams, Luca Worley, and Jacobs as well. All in the house. See how this one, if this one can go down to the wire, as exciting as the previous race. Well, we'll have to wait and see. They roll around, and I think they're going to go form up at the back end of the circuit. So Nicholas Roos and Jaden Goosen on the front row, Casey Enzer Smith, Jason Macbeth second row, Devian Naidu, Ethan Steer, Tyler Robinson, Tyre van der Laan, Misha Williams, Lawandle Pooley, Simone Jacobs and Luca Worley. Right, so the competitors making their way down the back straight, they'll slow down and start forming up and get cracking. And once they get underway, well, it's all going to go nice and quick. Right, so on pole position, Nicholas Roos and Jaden Goosen on the front row, Casey Enzersmith and Jason Macbeth second row. It's going to be an absolute rocket start. They will come down towards us. There you see the drone shot of the start-finish line. Those tram lines will get dissected by the carts. Here they come. Here they go. They will split those tram lines. There they split the tram lines. The lights go off and they go racing. Coming up towards us, it looks like it's... is it Roos that takes the whole shot? I think it might be Nicholas Roos that gets the whole shot. Jaden Goosen there with him. Roos leads out, so they're going to work their way around the 180s. They come out the 180s, make their way down the back. Oh, look at that onboard shot. Is that not incredible? Right up behind Tyler Robinson. So they make their way down towards Golf Club. Down towards Golf Club they go. They're going to work their way out of Golf Club and come out of Boggs Bend. There your drone shows us. They're coming up towards us. Through the kink they go. Up over the start-finish line. Look at this onboard, beautiful onboard shot there. Casey Enzersmith leading out. Divian Naidu second. Jaden Goosen third. Nicholas Roos fourth. Tyler Robinson, Tyre van der Laan, Ethan Steer, Misha Williams, Luanle Pule, Luke Worley, Simone Jacobson, Jason Macbeth at the back. What he's doing there, I don't know. He should be a little bit higher up. Has he made a mistake? He's going to be rue the mistake. It's not him to be that far down. Well, let's have a look, see what they do there. So they work their way into Golf Club once again. Casey Enzersmith leading out. Casey Enzersmith, Jaden Goosen, I think Divian Naidu's moved up. Divian Naidu's moved up into second place. They work their way up over the line. Look at this beautiful onboard shots here. Oh man, brilliant stuff. Right, Casey Enzersmith, Jaden Goosen, Nicholas Roos, Divian Naidu, and Tyler Robinson, Tyre van der Laan, Ethan Steer, Misha Williams, Luanle Pule, Luca Worley, Simone Jacobs, and Jason Macbeth. I think Macbeth is off the circuit, so he's retired. Jason Macbeth is retired. I'm not sure what the cause of that retirement is, but I'm sure we'll find out later on in discussion through the course of the afternoon. But still Casey Enzersmith leading out. Quickest man on the circuit at the moment, Jaden Goosen, 41.5 seconds around the circuit. It's absolutely flying around here, to say it done the least. And still Casey Enzersmith leading out. Beautiful onboard shot here. You can see the cars go. And Casey works through Jaden Goosen. Nicholas Roos now up into third place on a 41.1. So Nicholas Roos is upping the ante. He's past Divian Naidu. Followed by Tyler Robinson and Tyre van der Laan, Ethan Steer, Misha Williams. Here we go. Nicholas Roos, best lap of the race, 41.1. And I think it's probably one of the quickest for the day, nonetheless, in this class, as they make their way down the back straight down towards Golf Club. Into Golf Club they go. The drones are showing us some lovely pictures there. Work their way around. Oh, that's the oval behind the circuit. But here come the leaders. Here come the leaders. And it's Casey Enzersmith leading out. Nice onboard shot of the racing there. And I think that's Jaden Goosen has got the onboard camera. Behind Nicholas Roos and Casey Enzersmith. Casey Enzersmith leading out. Nicholas Roos is in second. Jaden Goosen in third. Up behind the number 27. That's Tyre van der Laan. That's behind Tyler Robinson. So there we go. Right, so the leaders now go down into Golf Club. They're going to work their way out of Golf Club and come up towards the pit complex. Here they go. So still on the front row there, it's Casey Enzersmith. Nicholas Roos is right there with him. Roos is there with him, so is Jaden Goosen. And Tyre van der Laan sitting up here behind Tyler Robinson. They make their way now into the first corner. Here they come into the 180s. And look at this. Look how they've bunched up. And Casey Enzersmith, Nicholas Roos and Jaden Goosen are all in it. And this beautiful onboard shot here. And it is Tyler Robinson up behind Divian Naidu. And coming through there. It looks like as Roos gone to the front. As Nicholas Roos gone to the front, it looks like Nicholas Roos has gone to the front. He has indeed ahead of Casey Enzersmith, and Jaden Goosen's in third. So Roos has worked his way back to the front. And you can see this lovely onboard shot here. I tell you what, some fantastic racing there. And Nicholas Roos doing a sterling job up behind the number 27. There's going to be it's Divya Naidu. Divya Naidu is up behind Tyler van der Laan. Oh, Tyler Robinson, sorry. Tyler Robinson in fourth. Divya Naidu. Divya Naidu goes up into fourth now. So Divya Naidu's worked his way through. Now Nicholas Roos leading out there. Casey Smith and Jada Christian right up behind each other now as they work their way down past the pit complex. Here they go. Brilliant close nose to tail racing. The front three are absolutely pulled away. They're a good 3-4 seconds ahead of Divya Naidu in fourth place. Tyler Robinson, Tyre van der Laan all working their way through. Misha Williams up in a credible 7th position ahead of Ethan Steer, Pule and Worley together with Jacobs and Macbeth's off. So brilliant stuff there. It's all happening. Nicholas Roos still leading out. Well, there's the 27 cart. It's Tyler Robinson ahead of Divya Naidu. 80s. Nicholas Roos 7 laps into the race. 8 to go. Halfway mark. Working their way through. Coming out of the pit lane complex up towards the line. Cross the line they go. And Nicholas Roos leads out over Jaden Goosen. Casey Smith down to third. Divya Naidu in fourth. 3 seconds adrift. Then Tyler Robinson, Tyre van der Laan, Misha Williams, Ethan Steer, Luandle Pule, Luca Worley, Simone Jacobs, and Jason Macbeth not there. So some good camera work here from our camera crew now as the leaders make their way down the back straight. That's Nicholas Roos. Roos is in first place, goes down into Golf Club. Into Golf Club he goes. Works his way out of Golf Club. It looked like one of the carts going a little bit awry there, but nonetheless. So working their way, Nicholas Roos leading out. Here comes Roos into turn 1. Roos leading out. Jaden Goosen second. Casey Enzer Smith third. Oh, Enzer Smith was leading out, but looks like he got that being Roos and Goosen respectively. Best lap out there. Nicholas Roos 40,9. Oh man, are you for real? These guys are on rails out in the circuit this afternoon. Right, folks. We've got a young lad. You're going to introduce yourself to us. What is your name?
My name is Kai.
Kai van Rensburg.
Yeah.
Kai, welcome. Just check if your mic is working. Testing. Well, there we go. There, your mic is working. Can you hear me, Kai?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, how was your race?
I think I went quite good.
Difficult field out there? Is everyone fighting for positions?
93 was in front of me, so I was fighting to get in front of him, but he just got it.
So, and you think that you could have taken it? Was there an opportunity?
Maybe,
And what are you going to do in the next heat, this last heat? You're going to try and win?
I'm gonna be defensive on last lap.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to keep my lines, and I'm gonna try to win.
There we go. I like your attitude, buddy. Good to have you there. And I see you riding for the Ralph Schumacher stable. How's the cart? How's it handling?
The cart feels very good. Good grip, nice speed. Like the team, it's very nice.
And have you worked with that hamburger you had this morning? It was twice your size. You enjoyed that, eh?
Yeah.
You thought I forgot. I saw that this morning. Yeah, but don't worry. I also had one, so I'm just as quick. Don't worry. So you're looking forward to that last heat?
Yeah, I think it's gonna go quite good. Hopefully, I'm heading for first. I wanna get in the top 3. Yeah.
Okay, and it's a long year. There's a lot of points. So points in the bag means that you got points on the board, and the championship there's not one in the first few races. It's a whole season. You're gonna have to build up on that.
Yeah. The field in Mini Rock is massive.
It is very big, eh?
Yeah.
I noticed there were a lot of carts out there. Well, my boy, I sincerely wish you the best of luck for the third heat, and hopefully we'll see you down in Cape Town very shortly again.
Thank you.
And when you go up north, do your very best, eh?
Thanks.
And thanks for coming to chat to us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, buddy. All the best. Thank you very much. Right, folks, welcome back to Killarney International Raceway, home of the Western Province Motor Club, down here in Cape Town, sunny South Africa, and we're about ready to go racing again. And our next heat that we have is our mini ROK. It's a large field, over 20 carts in the field, so we're looking forward to a spectacular race. The first heat, this is the second heat of the day, the first heat was rather exciting, good clean racing, so we'll see how this one pans out. The wind starting to gust about as the northwesterly settles in. You can see there in the picture a little bit of cloud cover up above. It will get a little bit worse as the afternoon carries on, but nonetheless still a couple of sunny skies around. The karters are feeling the heat, and I'm sure it's not the sun, it's the friction between them. As I'll get our drone view, our heli view up over the course, a beautiful sight up from above. There's the ROK little beacon in front of the pit lane. You see all the carts lined up in pit lane ready to come out. That big red gate will open shortly. When the gate opens, there the gate opens, the carts roll out. There they come out past the handheld camera. A large field rolling out, and we'll let you know exactly who's who in that field. Coming out onto the Killarney cart on the front row there, Reese Curzon together with Ethan Lennon, Leviwe Sambudla, Luke Hill, Rian Bosov, Mohammed Marat, Tisa Mabunda, Jack Moore's out there, Tate is out there, the other Mabunda, Matteo Mason, Caleb Cottrell, Robinson, Stewart, Jude Stewart's out there, Ethan Deacon, and Repsol's in there together with Crow and Skoltz. Nash, Marshall, Rujagiro, they're all out there, and they're going to be starting to line up pretty shortly, and we'll get this race underway. Oh, an immense field. There is so many karters in this race, but we're going to be having a look at the sharp end as they work their way around Golf Club, when they work their way through there. And on the front row there, Ethan Lennon and Reese Curzon. Well, Curzon took the first heat, and left it nice and late. Yeah, they come past the pit lane complex. All line astern, ready to split those tram lines and go racing. They hang a left and then a right onto the tram lines under double yellows. Full caution yellow now as they come up towards the start finish. And everyone chomping at the bit. Right, so we're ready to go racing. Mini ROK, here we go. Lights off and away they go. They make their way down towards turn number 1. There's a lot of scuffling and squabbling. Who's going to get through? It's Ethan Lennon and Reese Curzon battling it out in the front. Looks like Lennon's got to the front and Curzon has got a bit of a challenge. They're scuffling for positions. Oh, 3 abreast coming out of the 180s. It doesn't work. Someone's got to give, that's for sure. As they all make their way down the back straight down towards Golf Club. It's Lennon that leads out, Curzon second. Looks like Moore's in there. They work their way around. Come down past the pit complex. Lennon's at the front end of the field. Curzon sits there with him. It's Deja Vu. As they work their way up towards the line. They cross the line. Lennon, Curzon, Marat, Bosov, Yill, Sambudla, Mabundla, Moore, Manbudla. Oh, big coming together there in turn number 1. There's a couple of karters going to be taken out of this one unless they can sort themselves out. And the front runners not affected by that. The marshals trying to get the rest of the field sorted out. The number 18 there of Berlin Robinson involved in that little coming together. And it looks like Curzon's gone to the front. Curzon takes over from Lennon. Reese Curzon, he makes his way now through the past the pit complex. He's got Ethan Lennon crawling all over the back end of his exhaust pipe there as they come up over the line. They cross the line, they'll have 10 laps to go. They've done 2. Lennon up on the inside of Curzon. Lennon goes to the front, he keeps the front there from Curzon. Curzon's hanging around. And Marat is not too far behind them. Mohamed Marat is in there, so to Vian Bosov. Leviwe Sambudla, Luke Hill, they're all in it. So they're all pretty close. This time round, they're not streaking away. They might streak away. Lennon keeps his head down. So too does Curzon. They make their way down in towards Golf Club. And they go around that long horseshoe. They work their way out. They're going to come up towards the pit straight. And Lennon leading out there over Curzon. Coming up towards the main straight. Up over the straight now. Lap 3 in the bag. And they still... It's Lennon over Curzon. Curzon sits right there with him. Young Curzon, a real strategist. He's sitting there holding on. And he's making sure he doesn't let him get away. 6.8, not too shabby for a mini rock, that's for sure. Ethan Lennon leading out there. Curzon's with him. And Mohamed Marat in third, only a second off the pace. Followed there by Rian Boshoff, Leviwe Sambudla, Luke Hill. And Mabundla, then Moore. I tell you what, this is Red Hot Racing here from Cape Town. So, still out in front, Ethan Lennon. And Reese Curzon all over the back of Lennon like a cheap suit there. Not letting him get away, trying to keep him honest. There's a good scuffle level, third and fourth and fifth as well. And Curzon up on the inside of Lennon. Curzon takes the lead in the 180s. So Curzon slides up now, he takes the lead. It's early in the race. We've still got 8 laps to go now. What is his ploy this time around? Last time he left it late in the race, down until about the 10th lap before he pulled the pin. This time he pulls the pin early. So is he going to see what Lennon gets up to? So he gets a better perspective on this race. So he's going to hold on to the lead and keep Lennon behind him. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure Lennon's not going to hang around. He's going to want to come straight back at him now as they pass down the main straight. They cross the line and they will have 7 laps to go. So, Curzon back to the front, out of Lennon. He dives inside of turn number 1, takes the lead back. Off they go now into the 180s. Curzon over Lennon. Boshoff's up ahead of Sambudla. So Boshoff goes up into third, ahead of Sambudla. And Marat has dropped down to 5th. Moore up to 6th. Well, things are changing, that's for sure. And Lennon back up on the inside of Curzon. So it's tit for tat. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Lennon. Curzon says, well, I will reply to that in due course. Best you hold on tight, lad. I'm here to play. So they make their way up over the line now. Halfway mark, lap 6. Lennon down towards turn 1. Curzon has a look. Curzon dives up on the inside and makes it look easy and takes the lead back. And Lennon gets a bit of a fishtail as he makes his way up towards the 180s. Curzon holds on. So Curzon's there. Lennon leading and Boshoff together with Sambudla and Marat. That's your leaders there you see on the board. Jack Moore, Mabundla, Luke Hill, Mabundla and Caleb Cottrell down in 10th. So once again Lennon comes back at Curzon. Well, it's chopping and changing, slicing and dicing, and it's all happening out there as they work their way now down towards the pit complex. It's Lennon leading out over Curzon. Curzon sits up right up behind Lennon. Third place is Boshoff. Then it's Sambudla and Marat. And here we are. Curzon up on the inside. Thank you very much, Mr. Lennon. I'll take over the lead, he says. Lennon says, that's fine. I'll come back at you shortly. Just wait and see. Well, 5 laps to go. Curzon leads out. Lennon sits right up there behind him. They're going through the 180 complex. Hang a left and then a right down the back straight. Not that straight, but we call it a straight because you can keep it straight if you want to. Lennon and Curzon at it, and right up behind them it's Boshoff, Sambudla and Marat having a right royal scrap, and Lennon looks up on the inside and Lennon takes the lead back there. So Lennon gets through. So Curzon says, well, you know what, we've still got another 4 laps to go, so best you hold on tight because I'm going to be taking you pretty shortly, because this is how this one's going down to the wire. Curzon looks up on the inside, he's late on the brakes, and he slides back up on the inside. Funny enough, Lennon leaving the door wide open for him. One would think he'd go defensive. Only 4 laps left in it. Curzon up on the inside, nice and tight. Lennon trying to come back, but Curzon goes defensive. He goes wide. Runs tight again, keeps Lennon up behind him. But there, Lennon sits right up behind him. Curzon making his way down towards Golf Club. Will Lennon step up on the inside? Is he close enough to mount a challenge? Maybe not. Curzon got good pace. Curzon goes in there, holds sway. Lennon can't get through, so Curzon leads out. When he crosses the line, there'll be 3 laps left. So Curzon and Lennon having a right roll scrap. Bossoff in third. Sambudla. Then Marat. Moore, Luke Hill, Mabundla and Caleb Cottrell in 10th. Jude Stewart in 11th. So they're all having a fantastic day of it now as the leaders make their way down towards Golf Club. There's Curzon, there's Lennon. Oh, can Curzon get through on Lennon? Or can Lennon get through on Curzon? No, Curzon goes defensive keys. Lennon behind him. They make their way down the back straight. So down the back straight they go. Look at this beautiful scrap here mid-pack. And Lennon takes it back from Curzon into Golf Club. Well, now it's starting to get a little bit argy-bargy. Can Curzon come back at Lennon? Curzon sits right behind Lennon as they come up towards the line. Lennon crosses the line. He's going to hang wide. Curzon might look up on the inside. He's not close enough to mount a challenge. He's having a look. Nope, there's not enough place, but he's got 2 laps to go. So they're going to see what they can do. Into the 180s they go. And Lennon leads out over Curzon. Lennon still in the front. Curzon sits up behind him. Beautiful aerial shot there from the drone as they make their way down towards Golf Club. Have a look at that fantastic dice up there behind them. Between Sambudla, Bossoff and Marat for 3, 4 and 5. There's a nice scrap there, but we're still looking at the leaders. And it's Lennon over Curzon, and Curzon is right there. They're going to start their penultimate lap. Last lap. Last lap. So now Curzon, is the gloves off? Is Lennon going to hold sway? Curzon's right up there behind Lennon. What's he going to do? He looks up on the inside and Lennon keeps the door closed. Curzon is there. Curzon knows it's final lap. He's going to have to pull the pin somewhere. Coming out of the 180s. Lennon steps out. Curzon sits there with him. He can possibly do it going down towards Golf Club, but Lennon has got good pace. Can Curzon come in? Is Lennon going to get this one in the bag? Curzon sits there. I think Lennon's done enough. Lennon goes out of Golf Club into Bogs Bend. He leads out over Curzon. Yeah, they come down towards the pit complex. And still it's Lennon over Curzon. I think Lennon's done enough to take this race. And Lennon comes towards the line. Lennon comes towards the line. Lennon takes it from Curzon. Lennon takes heat number 2 from Reese Curzon. And then it's going to be Laviwe Sambudla, Mohammed Murat, Vian Bossoff, Jack Moore, Luke Hill, Mabundla, Caleb Cottrell, Jude Stewart. And the rest of the field come through there. Well, brilliant stuff. That was one exciting race. A nail biter down to the wire. And I think everyone had an absolute fun race out there. Nothing untoward, good tidy racing, gentlemen, sportsman-like conduct, fantastic racing. Okay, folks, sitting with me, young Ethan Lennon. Ethan, that was a fantastic race. You had a good scuffle with Reese Curzon. Was it easy for you?
No, but it was very good racing and it was kind of a challenge.
Yeah, I saw you and Reese sort of chopping and changing it. I almost thought of a song, you know, anything you can do, I can do better. You kept changing it around. How were you thinking during the race?
I was just thinking every time he overtakes me, I just got to overtake in another corner, like that he's slower than me.
Oh, well, that's great. You had some fantastic pace out there, I have to admit. You were really moving along swiftly. Do you think that you're going to win the third heat?
Yes.
You're definitely going to win the third heat. Well, I like your confidence, lad. That's what we want. And for the viewers out there, young Ethan Lennon, who just won the Mini Rock second heat. So you and Reese Curzon got one apiece. It's down to the wire in the final.
Yeah.
And you reckon you're going to take it?
Yes.
Well, my boy, best of luck. Thank you for coming to chat to us. It's very nice to meet you. And you're the son of Gary.
Yes.
Nice to have you here. And I wish you all the best of luck for your final heat.
Okay. Thank you.
A pleasure, my boy. Have a lovely day. Eh? There we go, folks. That's right. Okay, folks, we joined now by one of the co-sponsors of this race, Gary Lennon, for the win. Gary, it's a national, it's a ROK national. I was saying earlier to Dave Walker, who joined me a bit earlier, I don't want to be in your shoes. I don't want to have to have a sleepless night to try and organize something of this magnitude. I mean, we can see we're on live television, on streaming. And I just want to ask you, I'm just trying to get the gist of what you're thinking. Why did you put your best foot forward and decide you're going to saddle this horse?
Yeah, thanks, Francois. You know, the reason why we took the series over is because I used to race in America in karting. And, you know, the Americans, they do things properly. So I saw the biggest shows in Earth on Scoosa, Supernats, Rock the Rio, etc. You know, 700-800 competitors, and things were just run properly. You know, I'm not here to bash any old promoters or whatever. You know, we understand to make this sport what I want to make it, it requires cash flow. So we found a few sponsors, and we decided to, you know, take the series over and try and bring the standards towards the international standards. Hence, you know, the 20 cameras we've got out here to make it better for the officials, to give them more of a backbone to deal with the karting parents. Unfortunately, the stigma in South Africa, and I'm sure all the viewers know, the parents get involved, and if there's court cases and legal battles, and it just doesn't stop. So we've brought the camera systems in play in order to try and just help the officials make a call on the day. If someone, you know, crashed someone off, or there was a jump start or whatever, if it's on a camera, I would hope when the child and their parent are brought to the MSA control room, they see the footage, they sign their penalty, and they move on. We don't want to have court cases, court of inquiries, where championships take 1, 2, 3 years to come to fruition. We want to have close racing where at the end of the day everybody goes home happy. Yes, there's going to be penalties. I'm sure Ethan will get a lot of penalties in his time. That's the way racing works. We all make mistakes. But for me, the key is we need to start there. We need to get the families happy and get the kids enjoying racing instead of all this politics and drama that doesn't stop.
Yeah, that's a very considerate view, and like you say, that we can use technology to the benefit of the organisers and the controllers to see what's happening. And I think I always maintain, I mean, like you've got your son, I've had my son in racing. I think the biggest thing we want is for the kids to have fun. It's about having fun. I mean, you and I used to play in the park.
Yep.
They don't get the chance. They're out racing. We got them out in carts. It's an expensive sport. I do realize that the parents make major sacrifices to let the kids race.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, someone like you coming forward and some of the other sponsors and putting their money on the table and saying, we've got to make it the best we can for our kids, I think is a great thing. And I want to compliment you on doing that.
No.
You've set up a lovely show here today. It's an absolute honor and a privilege for me to be here to be able to interview you guys and watch these young lads and the ladies race out there. I mean, it's exciting. I mean, it can't get better than this on a Saturday afternoon. Where else would we be? At Maranello?
maybe soon.
Maybe
but no, listen, and I also want to thank everybody that's come out. You know, we know there's Corona, times are tough. So, you know, this is not a cheap sport. We all know that. But we're trying to give as much back. Like, you know, for instance, this weekend we've got the streaming. And I want to thank Lawrence van Rensburg and the 7 Film guys. They've done a phenomenal job. I mean, this is their first karting event, and to me this is like a Formula 1 type event. Everyone that's watching on the stream, is just totally impressed. So I want to thank them. I want to thank you for coming and doing the commentary. We love hearing you at the regionals, hence why I called you. I think you do a phenomenal job. And then I want to thank, basically everyone for coming, but my team. My team has been working 24/7 for the last 3 or 4 weeks to try and get it all up. Then yesterday we get hit with load shedding and generator issues, and we've really flexed our muscles and we've delivered a great event, and we're very proud. I'm proud of them for what we've achieved.
Yeah, we've got insurmountable challenges in South Africa. I mean, it was not load shedding, something else crops up. I mean, at least we got petrol in the car to get here. That's the main thing.
Let's hope that doesn't change.
No, that won't change.
Electric, but then
No.
you can't charge the car.
And we're going to have loads. There's everyday challenges. That's what makes us so strong and so tough in South Africa. Every day is a new challenge, and we find a way to bridge that challenge. And in the sport of karting, well, in any of the motorsports here in South Africa, they have a sort of a cycle they follow. They have their ups and downs, and I don't like to say this, but it always like someone tends to try and benefit for themselves and not for the greater sport.
Sure.
And when someone then puts their best foot forward and says, you know what, I'm doing this for the sport, that is when the sport flourishes. We've seen it in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember we see on social media, they always talk about the good old days.
Yes.
When we had all the fantastic racing, we used to have fields of 30, 40 cars on the road.
Yeah.
Now suddenly it seems to be creeping back slowly but surely. And like you say, now we do it at grassroots level, at karting, so that we make sure that in 10, 20 years' time, we're going to have those big fields on the main circuit. So I want to thank you for making that sacrifice. It's big of you. And I mean, I respect saying to you that it is really big of you to saddle a horse of this magnitude. I won't ride it. I definitely won't ride it. But yes, to do it. Your organization, brilliant. I think it's fantastic. Like you say, Lawrence, great production here. Yep. Young lads, they on top of their game. They know social media. The drones are up. They've got their ribbons out, everything. They're really on top of it. And like I say, it's a privilege to be here. And I sincerely hope you do this again. And yes, if you're going to invite me, I will be here at the flick of a switch. I can assure you.
We appreciate that. And like I say, Lawrence has been unbelievable with his ideas around the first video we put out where the kids are all saying we're coming to Cape Town. That just shows you their personality. At the end of the day, it's not all about the seeing them with a helmet in the go-kart. We want to show their personalities, what goes on behind the scenes. So this is only our first event. The next one, we'll work closely together to do more, pit talk, walking around, interviewing the drivers, getting to know the drivers. Because at the end of the day, that's why I'm doing this, to grow the sport and to give back to the drivers.
No, thank you. I thank you for that, Gary. And I see your wife has been videoing you here. He has actually got a wife, folks. She is here. He never bought his son at the local supermarket. I promise you that they did conceive the child. But nonetheless, a lovely lady standing here. She's taking the video. And Gary, from me to you, thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a lekker day so far. And I think we're going to have a fantastic year's racing.
Thank you. We'll be here and we will put on a great show for all these nationals. That I can promise you.
Great stuff.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for your time.
You.
Right, folks, welcome back to Killarney International Raceway. We're going to be kicking off pretty shortly with the Kid Rock race, 8-lapper. We see the young chargers there in pre-race paddock getting ready. Young Jack Moore, he's the man to be knocked off the throne. He's got 2 races under the belt already that he's won. Let's have a look, see if he can do it again. There's his blue cart on the left. That's young Jack Moore. The rest of the field will try and reel him in. We'll have to see how this one pans out. There we see them in the pre-race paddock getting ready. Just a regional race has just taken part. They're just clearing the circuit. When the circuit is clear, we'll go racing again. We had a lucky interview there with Gary Lennon and his son Ethan Lennon, who won the Mini Rock race. That'll also be our final race of the day, the Mini Rocks. We're going to have the Kid Rock now, then the KZ2 Shifters, the OKJs. We'll have 2 regional races, and we'll have the Mini Rock, which will be the last race of the day. So there's a bit of a delay now in the procedure. They had an ambulance on the circuit for a youngster that a slight injury. So there's a red flag out in the circuit at the moment. We're just waiting for that to abate, and then we'll come back to you with commentary. While we're out there, we want to thank our sponsors, Southern Cross Investment Fund, Vortex Engines for sponsoring the day, together with F for the Win, 7 Films, and Ralph Schumacher Karting. Without them, the day would not be possible without the sponsorship. It's great to have all the sponsors on board, and we're immensely pleased that the sponsors have come on board. It's good to have some sponsors in karting once again. You see it on the right hand side on the wall, Vortex. They're sponsoring the motors for the ROK karts, 2-stroke karts, some of them up to 125cc. Like the KZs, they've got gears, very quick. And we've also interviewed a couple of the youngsters, the young proteges that have been racing during the course of the day, doing fantastically well. And here we see there, we've got De Silva and Moore on the front row. Kai van Rensburg sitting in the second row there, together with Ryan Karim. Fenter and Repsol on the third row. Taya van der Laan together with Mason on the fourth row. 8 karts in it. It's going to be a real humdinger of a race.
Looks alright, because otherwise they would have already splintered it. You know, the moment it's deformed. Yeah, we can see that they've got his boot off, so it looks like an ankle injury.
Jack Moore, Rafael De Silva, Ryan Karim, Kaya van Rensburg, Tyler Repsol, Ivan Venter, Maddox, Mason and Troy van der Laan. Those are your 8 competitors that will be taking part in this. A little bit of a hold up for a medical incident. Once that is being sorted out and the ambulance is ready and good to go, then we'll go racing. So all's worked out fine there. They're just sorting it out and getting a young lad sorted out. Well, he looks well. The young lad's walked away, and he's going back to his pit and rubbing some gummy juice, sort that foot out, and I'm sure he'll be back to ready and racing. Right, you can see the youngsters and their mechanics just sorting out the final little nitty-gritties. Rafael da Silva there on your right-hand side, the number 99 cart. Alongside him on your left-hand side will be Jack Moore there in the blue cart. All getting themselves readied up. And just a couple of minutes to go before we go racing. Our drone is up in the sky already. I can see from our commentary position the drone pilot all nice and relaxed. And once they get going, we'll be racing. So we're looking forward to that one. There's our ambulance getting back on the circuit. Unfortunately, medics must be on standby like a normal motorsport. You never know when you have a slight injury, and then the medics have to sort out. So the ambulance is there on the field, just waiting for probably one of the medics. You see it currently on the circuit. You don't see it on picture. It's just to your left. There you go. You see the back of the ambulance there. And once that ambulance is sorted out, we will go racing. So not too long to go. Once again, big thanks to our sponsors, Vortex Engines, 7 Films, Ralph Schumacher Racing for the win, Southern Cross Brokers funding. So we'll be good to go pretty shortly. You see the Chargers climbing into their carts, they're readying themselves. The ambulance is making its way off the circuit. Once that's all sorted out, then we will find the carts will be released from the pre-race paddock. And we will go racing. Not too long to wait. Sincerely hope all of you that are sitting at home, wherever you are watching this race, you're having as much fun as we are. So we'll give you commentary on this Kid Rock race. After the Kid Rock, we've got the KZ2 shifters, and then the OKJs, and then we'll have a little bit of a break, and then we'll have the final race day, which is the mini rock race. So I think we'll be going out pretty shortly. Right, so the carts are getting released out of pre-race paddock, making their way onto the circuit. They're going to have a warm-up lap, and then they'll form up. It's a rolling start. Out onto the circuit they go. Jack Moore, Rafael da Silva. Who's it going to be? We'll have to wait and see. Just making their way towards the 180 complex. They'll roll around. Once they go down the back straight, they'll form up and then make their way to the tram lines to get the race underway. It's an 8-lap race. Kid Rock. Kids don't have the stamina of the older lads who do 15 laps. That's really murder on the body, I can assure you folks. Don't even think karting is easy. You go and ride in a kart, you'll see your body takes a heck of a pounding. So let's have a look, see how this one pans out. There we go, they're forming up, making their way down towards Golf Club, leading up towards the line, waiting for the lights. Here we go. Towards the lights come, a little bit of a slow start on the left-hand side. The whole right-hand line goes. The left-hand side doesn't get away. Somebody got a bit bogged down there, and that is not what they wanted. So somebody got terribly bogged down, and now they only get away. I do not know what went on there. No one stepped out and got past. I'm not sure what caused that. There's been a big mix-up in a Dixie, and the field is a split up. And the front runners are getting away, making their way down towards Golf Club corner. Down the back straight they go. Full caution yellow. I think it was a false start. It's a false start, so they're going to have to reform. It looked just a little bit strange to me when they got off the line. Not sure why or what caused it. So they might get one more warm-up lap, or they might get slowed down. They were under double yellow, so they should form up. So they slow up now as they come out of Boggs Bend. So they're going to slow them up nicely. There's full double yellows waving down at the pit entrance. Exit, I should say, not the entrance, the exit. Double yellows waving. Michelle, the marshal, has double yellows. Here they come towards the tram lines now. We're going to have it put together properly. They come around the corner. They split the tram lines. Now they're rolling nicely. The lights go off and away they go. Rafael De Silva on the outside. Jack Moore on the inside. They go through. Moore gets through. And De Silva gets relegated to third. Can't quite pick up who's sitting there in second place, but we will as they roll around. There goes Moore. It could be Karim. Possibly Karim that's in there. They work their way around as they roll around. Look at that beautiful heli shot there from the drone. So they make their way up towards Golf Club. It's Jack Moore. Moore's leading out. They make their way into Golf Club. They roll around out of Golf Club now onto Boggs Bend. They will hang a left and then a right. There we go. Left and right and make their way past the pit complex. They're going to come down towards us now and cross the line for the first out of 8 laps. Over they go, and it's side-by-side stuff. Moore and Ryan Karim, but Moore goes back to the front. Karim's in second. Rafael is there, and Kai van Rensburg sits up there behind him. They're all working their way through. Venters in there, Repsol's in there. Mason Baddock's in there too. Tyre van der Laan bringing up the rear. Working their way out of the 180. Down the back straight they go. Jack Moore's up ahead there of Ryan Karim. Karim chasing Moore. Karim looks up. Ooh, nearly touches the back end of Moore going into Golf Club, but Moore manages to avoid that contact. Comes out, goes past the pit complex. Jack Moore leads out there with Ryan Karim. And Rafael Silva sits up there behind them. Rafael pushing very hard. There goes Moore, Karim, Rafael De Silva, Kai van Rensburg. Tyler Repsol sitting up there behind them in P5. Venter 6. Mason 7. Van der Laan 8. All out there. Moore leading out. Moore, Karim. Karim sits up behind Moore. Karim trying to get close to Moore. Moore's trying to get out of harm's way. They got the 180 complex down the back straight. Down towards Golf Club. Hard on the gas. Get your head down. Make sure there's no drag on you as you work your way down towards Golf Club. Right hand into Golf Club. Long swirl around almost 190, almost 200 degrees, and then suddenly you flick it left and then right again, and then you make your way past the pit complex. Moore leading out. Moore from Karim and De Silva. Rafael sitting there behind Karim. Can he get any closer to mount a challenge? Moore leads out. There's Karim. There's De Silva. Wow, Moore's got 2 in the bag. Can he get a third one? He leads out 3 laps down. Van Rensburg's in 4th. Moore leads out. Karim trying to close. Jack Moore, quickest lap of the race, 50.2. Not doing too bad. He could go down to a 49, but at the moment he's at 50.2. There's a little bit of a gust behind them now as they go down to the southern side of the circuit. Jack Moore leading out. Ryan Karim, Rafael De Silva, Kai van Rensburg, Tyler Repsolt. They're all in it. So that's your top 5. Then we've got Ivan Venter, Maddox Mason, and Tyre van der Laan bringing up the rear there in P8. But Jack Moore still leading out. He's got 5 laps to go and he crosses the line. He'll have 4 and a bit. 4 laps in the bag. Halfway mark. Moore leads out. Karim trying to reel him in. Ryan Karim doing exceptionally well. Right up there behind Moore. De Silva sits there behind Karim trying to close down. It's a little bit spread out at the moment. Jack Moore now 49.8. There we go. He's broke the 50 barrier like I said. Doing very well here for the kids. And makes his way down the back straight. A beautiful aerial shot there as they exit the 180 complex. They make their way down towards the Golf Club. Into Golf Club they go. Moore still leading out. Can Karim reel him in? Young Ryan Karim. Small lad but very racy as he chases. Rafael De Silva sits there in P3. Moore still leading out. Moore's having a great day as he still leads out. He crosses the line now. He'll have 3 laps to go. Comes down into turn 1, late on the break, fades it in nicely, switches around to the right-hander, brings with him Karim. Behind Karim's De Silva. Behind De Silva there, it's Kai van Rensburg. We had him interviewed a little bit early on. Tyler Repsol's in there. Ivan Venter, Maddox Mason, and Tyre van der Laan. They work their way now out the 180 complex, making their way down the back straight. Still Moore leads out. Can Karim reel him in? Well, that's to be seen. We've only got about 2.5 laps to go. So we'll have a look, see if Moore can stretch that lead, or if Karim can reel him in. Left and right-hander down past the pit complex goes Jack Moore. He's doing a sterling job today. He's got 2 out of 2. Will he make it 3 out of 3? He doesn't have much further to go. And across the line, he left 2 laps to go. Moore crosses the line down towards turn number 1. Into turn number 1 he goes. Ryan Karim looking at him thinking, can I just reel you in here for the final bit? Oh, buddy, you're going to have to up the ante a little bit because Moore's on a flyer. He's on rails at the moment. Into the 180 complex he goes. Rafael de Silva's in third. He sees Karim ahead of him. But Jack Moore looks like he might have done enough until now. 6th place, Evan Fenter. Maddox Mason in 7. Tyre van der Laan in 8. As they make their way down now to Golf Club, Moore looks a little quickly over his shoulder to see where Ryan Karim is, and he feels a little bit more comfortable. But doesn't hang around. He's got his foot firmly stuck down on the floorboard there. Pressing hard on that accelerator pedal, and as he comes down past the pit complex, he's going to get that final lap board. He's coming up towards the line now. And there we go. Final lap board out from the flag marshal as he makes his way down into turn 1. Hard on the brakes. Swings it around towards the right-hand side. Nice and easy does it, Cowboy. Followed there by Ryan Karim and Rafael de Silva. They make their way towards the 180 complex. There comes Kai van Rensburg. Into the 180s. Look at that lovely aerial shot in the 180s as they work their way around. Oh, man. The photography is absolutely out of the top drawer today as they make their way now down towards Golf Club. Is Jack Moore going to keep this together? Ryan Karim's pressing hard, but I think Moore might have done enough. He goes into Golf Club. He rolls there through Golf Club now. He's going to work his way out. There's Moore. Hangs the left and the right. The checkered flag beckons now for Jack Moore. Moore goes past the Gibbet complex. He's going to flick it left and then flick it right. Checkered flag time. 3 out of 3. Well done, Mr. Jack Moore. Followed there by Ryan Karim. He's going to be followed there by Rafael de Silva. I'll punch the sky. Why not? I'd punch a big hole in the clouds if I was you, lad. Followed there by Kai van Rensburg. Tyler Repsol comes through. Followed there by Evan Fenter, Maddox Mason and Tyre van der Laan. What a fantastic race there from the Kid Rocks. Absolutely. Kid Rock. It's got a ring around it. A bit of a musical sort of a ring towards it. Kid Rock. Yeah. Yeah, that'll take us back a while. Late 90s. Well, folks, we've got more racing, lots more to come. Another 3 races to be exact. We've got the KZ2s, those are the shifters, 125s, then the OKJs, and then we'll have a little bit of a break and we'll have the mini rocks last. So there's your official one. Jack Moore takes from Ryan Karim, 3rd place, Rafael de Silva, Kai van Rensburg 4th, Tyler Repsol, Evan Fenter, Maddox Mason, and Troy van der Laan brings it home in 8th. Well. What a spectacular race. Well, next up the shifters, and here are some of the biggest names in SA Motorsport taking part, I should say. I apologize. And they have a standing start. They were right up. They got 6 gears. There you see that gear shift on the right hand side, just in ahead of the right knee. And it's a sequential box, so it doesn't ratchet all the way up and ratchet all the way down. It's just a normal click forward, click back to change gears. Very much like the motorcycle, you just click it and it jumps into gear. Except you've got a clutch on a motorbike, unless you've got a quick shifter, which basically shuts off the motor for a millisecond so that you can change gear and it lets the motors fire again. That's what a quick shifter is. These are running off what we're known as a dry clutch, so they can just kick it into gear. And they're all chomping at the bit. There are some big names here, folks. Some really big names here. Some of these guys are professional drivers. So not only do they just drive karts in the KZ2 class, but they also race motor cars, some of these gents. And yeah, have they left the best to last? It's the 3rd heat of the KZ2s. What are we going to see now?
Here we go.
On the front row, Dino Sturman, Joshua Kutzer, Fabian Lance, Keegan Masters, Roman De Beer, Tate Bishop, Scott Falconer, Carlo Willifish, Ren Naidu, Bjorn Roos, Joseph Ellerine, Jürgen Pommersheim, Jason Gutsia, Cody Sherritt, Anton Pommersheim bringing up the rear there. Oh, the who's who in SA Motorsport here when it comes to karting. Some very big names here. Some of these folk have raced overseas in Europe as well. So they are absolutely no strangers to a karting circuit. It's going to have a warm-up lap and then they'll come form up on the grid. Brilliant stuff. So once again, Southern Cross Brokers, thank you for the sponsorship. Together with Vortex Engines, 7 Films, Ralph Schumacher Karting, and For the Win Racing here locally at Killarney International Raceway. So the powers that be will make sure they'll line up on the grid proper, and we'll have some spectacular racing. 15 laps of unrelenting pursuit. Let's keep an eye what happens. There we hear them revving on the line. They're just below our commentary box here. That's view that you see. That's what we're looking at the moment. If I just sit up straight and look over the wall, that's what I see. Waiting for the lights. They line up, they form up, they're ready to go. The lights are on and the green flag is up and we're racing and away they go. Down to turn number 1. Oh, and someone does a little bit of farming, but they managed to bring it back together. They all work their way through nicely down towards the 180s. I'm not sure who got the whole shot there, but they work their way around. Out the 180s they come. Already the front two drivers are trying to break away. I don't see Sturman there. This is going to be a real race. And they work their way out of Golf Club. Through Golf Club they go, Bogs Bend, left and right, down past the pit complex. They all race their way through. 15, they cross the line. Josh Kutzer leads out there from Keegan Masters. Keegan Masters second. And Roman De Beer in fourth. De Beer third. Dino Sturman. Tate Bishop up there in 5. Keep an eye on that man. Scott Falcon is there. Shin Naidu, Carla Willifeed. Jürgen Pommersheim. Bjorn Rus down in 10th. Joseph Ellerine down in 11th. Jason Kutsia. Kutsia goes up to 11th past Ellerine. So Josh Kutzer leading out, and he's been a front runner much of the day, but I tell you what, he's got Keegan Masters all over the back end of him. Keegan will be relishing the opportunity to try and take the lead. They're going to look at completing lap number 2 as they cross the line. Still Kutzer leads out. Keegan Masters is there with him. Dino Sturman up to 3rd. Dino will want to get past Keegan Masters, but that's a tall order. And Tate Bishop has gone up into P4. Tate Bishop, your South African Senior Max champion now in the KZ2s. He's in 4th. He's absolutely no slouch. He also races from GDC fame. Sits there in P2. He's a Volkswagen factory driver, Keegan Masters. So he sits right up there behind Josh Kutzer. What a place. Dino Sturman, 3rd. Tate Bishop, 4th. Roman De Beer in 5. And Masters looks up on the inside. Masters takes the lead. So Masters gets ahead there now of Kutzer. So keep an eye there now. Keegan Masters leading out. He took the opportunity with both hands, and that's brought Dino Sturman a lot closer to Josh Kutzer. And Tate Bishop trying to join that party. Tate Bishop takes with him Roman De Beer. Look at that. A whole array of carders coming down into Golf Club. Down into Golf Club they go. They reel their way around. It's a right, a left, and then another right past the pit complex, and Keegan Masters is in front. Are they going to reel in Keegan Masters? Have a look at Dino Sturman up behind Josh Kutzer. Here we go. Sturman sits up behind Kutzer. Masters leads out. Keegan Masters doing a fantastic job in the front there. Tate Bishop's in 4 with Roman to be in 5. Is anything going to transpire in this lap? Well, we'll have to wait and see as Keegan Masters leads out. Tall strapping lad drives this kart like he owns it. Out the right-hander, down the back straight he goes. Josh Kutzer following him. Dino Sturman not too far behind. Keegan Masters into that horseshoe, works his way, right hand, then a left hand, then another right hand, and Dino Sturman is right there with Kutzer. Tate Bishop not too far back, but Keegan Masters is still leading out. Masters over the line, there's Kutzer. Right up behind him is Sturman. Then it's Bishop and Roman De Beer. Not too far back, Carla Willifeed. Scott Falconer, Shin Naidu, Bjorn Rus, they're all in it. They're not too far apart. And Sturman up on the inside of Kutzer in the second 180. Sturman goes to second. Now he's going to go and chase down on Keegan Masters. Sturman's on a fly. You can see Sturman's body language says, I'm coming to fetch you. Keegan Masters is going to have company pretty shortly as he corrects his way out of Golf Club through Bogs Bend. Hangs right there past the pit complex. Works his way down to the kiosk kink. Sturman, Kutzer, Bishop, De Beer. Behind the Beer, Carla Willifeed, Shin Naidu, Scott Falconer, Jason Kutsi, Bjorn Rus, Fabian Lance, down in 11th. Whoa. Expect Fabian to be a lot higher up. Nonetheless, Keegan Masters leading out. Is Dino Dino Sturman going to try and reel in Keegan. Keegan's absolutely motoring round there. But look at Dino Sturman. He's trying to close down that gap. Sturman's getting closer. Sturman sits up there behind Masters. Well, Keegan Masters has got company and comes in the form of Dino Sturman. Not too far behind him is Josh Coutser, Tate Bishop and Roman De Beer. Masters late into turn 1 brings them there. It's going to be Dino Sturman, but look at all the carters up behind him. You put 1 foot wrong and you're going to be muscled out of the way, I can assure you. Masters holding on to the front end of this field. Sturman wants to reel him in, but look at that, 5 carts in it. Oh, the race is on. This one has developed into a screamer of a final. Being led out here by Keegan Masters. Dino Sturman sitting right behind him. Josh Coutser's in there. Tate Bishop, Roman De Beer, they're all in there. And they work their way around the pit bend, and then they work their way down the main straight. Masters over the line. Keegan Masters, Dino Sturman, Josh Coutser. Masters doing a sterling job to hold off the rest of the field. They're past the halfway mark now. So they've got another 6 or 7 laps to go. 6.5. Keegan Masters leads out. He can hear that buzz in his ears. He knows there's a cart behind him. He's attacking the circuit but trying to go defensive at the same time, and Sturman closes right up behind him. Sturman gets right up behind Masters. Masters has got to keep his P's and Q's in check because Sturman's about to attack. Dino Sturman now comes past the pit bend. He's sitting, he's tailgating him. Here we go, over the line. Sturman does weird and wonderful things. He steps out, Sturman up on the inside. Sturman takes the lead from Keegan Masters. Dino Sturman goes to the front. Keegan Masters looks over his shoulder, who's there? Now he's got to fight with Dino Sturman and Josh Coutser. Coutzer's up on the inside of Masters, but Masters gets out quickly. Dino Sturman down the back straight, followed there by Keegan Masters, Joshua Coutser, Tate Bishop and Roman De Beer. Down into Golf Club they go. Keegan Masters, oh, he's in the meat and the sandwich now between Coutser and Sturman. Not the place you'd want to be. Do you attack? Do you offend? Well, it's like flipping a coin. You're not quite sure. But over the line they go. Dino Sturman leads out. Sturman gets away a bit from Masters. No chance of overtaking there. Dino Sturman makes sure he's got enough breathing space. Keegan Masters holding on to second. Josh Coutser behind him. Tate Bishop, Roman De Beer. They're all there. That's the front 5. I promise you, any mistake and the rest of the guys are going to gobble you up alive as they whip their way out down the back straight. Sturman leading out, hard on the pedal. It's a loud pedal. He's turned the volume up full. Masters drifts it in there and Coutser sits up behind him. Well. Can Coutser do anything to Masters? Tate Bishop brings them Roman De Beer. This is brilliant stuff. They roll past the Kiosk King, down the main straight they go. Dino Sturman leads out. It's Keegan Masters, Josh Coutser, Tate Bishop, Roman De Beer. That front 5 are absolutely hurtling away. Up behind them, it's rough. It's going to be Jason Gutierrez coming past there. Fabian Lance up to 7th. Scott Falconer down to 8th with Shin Naidu beyond Rus in 10th. And Jürgen Pommersheim down in 11th. Carlo Willifee down in 12th. But have a look at the lead. It's still Dino Sturman leading out. He's 11 of 15. He's going to complete the 12th lap now as he rolls around past the pit complex down the main straight. Here we go. Dino Sturman over the line. Keegan Masters not close enough to mount a challenge. Up behind him it looks Tate Bishop gets past there. So Tate Bishop's up into 3rd now. We've lost somebody down the line. I'm not sure who that is. Josh Coutzer's gone down to 5. So Roman De Beer's got past. Coutser must have made a mistake. We didn't see that. I apologize for that profusely. But Tate Bishop's got Roman De Beer all over the back of him there like a cheap suit. So De Beer's up there behind Bishop. Bishop's got his hands full. Roman De Beer wants 3rd place, but Bishop's not interested. And crossing a line there, it's Dino Sturman, Keegan Masters. And look at Tate Bishop and Roman De Beer up on the inside, and De Beer sticks it into 3rd. Brilliant maneuver there from Roman De Beer. He says, thank you, Tate. Puts his hand up. Tate says, yeah, whatever. But that's racing for you. Roman De Beer, very nimble in the kart. He's no stranger to karting, folks. He's an excellent driver, but still Dino Sturman leading out from Keegan Masters. Roman De Beer up into 3rd now. Tate Bishop 4. Can Tate come back? Because Roman is absolutely lighting up the circuit at this moment in time. And he's chasing down on Keegan Masters. We've got 2 laps left in it. Can De Beer do anything? Can he catch Masters? Sturman over the line. Masters over the line. There comes De Beer, and he's pulled away from Bishop. He's on the hunt. He's on the hunt. It's a final lap though. I don't know if he's got enough in the bag to reel in Masters. Sturman leads out. Masters coming back at him. Well, now the question is, can Masters reel Sturman in? We'll have to wait and see. Sturman on the back straight down towards Golf Club. Sturman hard into Golf Club. Broadsiding that cart as he breaks late. Brings it around the horseshoe now. He's going to take it down to the checkered flag. Is he going to get the third race of the day? Sturman leads out. Checkered flag beckons. It's checkered flag time. Dino Sturman. Keegan Masters. Roman De Beer. Tate Bishop. Fabian Lance. Brilliant stuff. Jason Gutsia. Josh Kutzer. Shinaidu. Bjorn Roos. Scott Falconer. Jürgen Parmesan. Carlo Willifee should be coming through. And fantastic racing. I tell you what, that was one blindingly quick race there from the KZ2s. So next up we'll have the OKJs, another 15 lapper. Well folks, thanks to the sponsors once again for being on board. I know I sound a little bit repetitive, but without them it won't be possible. We want to thank Southern Cross Brokerage. We want to thank Vortex Engines, 7 Films, Ralph Schumacher Karting, together with For the Win Racing. And there we have your official result. Dino Sturman, Keegan Masters, Roman De Beer, Tate Bishop, Fabian Lance. That was absolutely brilliant racing. Next up the OKJs, and I think that is even going to be just as much fun. It's a big field. We're going to have lots of good racing. For the folks that maybe just joined us, welcome to the live stream of the ROK South African National down at Killarney International Raceway here in Cape Town. Weather's playing nicely, and we're having lots of fun. Lost a bit of feed there. The feed's back. The joys of modern technology. Always a little bit of a glitch somewhere, but without that, it wouldn't be real. And it's real, folks. That's live. All the way from Cape Town down in sunny South Africa. Welcome to our European, American, Australian, New Zealand viewers, wherever you are. Thanks for joining us. It's a privilege and an honor to have you with us this afternoon. Whatever you're doing, we hope you're enjoying it. As we would say in South Africa, light a fire, put some meat on the grid, pop open a Frosty, and just relax and watch the racing. It's great to have you all on board here. And we sincerely hope you're having a lovely afternoon wherever you are in the world, that you're comfortable, that you don't have any illnesses, and that you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon. It could be Saturday morning, it could be Saturday evening, wherever you are. Just enjoy the racing. So we're just going to grab a couple of carts off the circuit, so we'll have a little bit of break. We'll be back with you pretty shortly. Right, folks, welcome back to Killarney as the OKJs exit the pit lane. We have a good field of karters out there. Approximately 12, 14 karts out there. Race number 3. Yeah, they go for the warm-up lap down into turn number 1. Some of them still leaving pit lane. I think they possibly have 2. A little bit of an issue there with the feed, and making their way around the circuit. Some of the karts battling to start, now getting underway. And they've got 2 laps to warm up, from what I can understand. Out lap and another lap, and then they'll form up before they go racing. 15 laps, hotly contested, right here in sunny Cape Town, South Africa. The South African ROK National Cup, round number 1. So they're busy warming up. They will start forming up pretty shortly. There's a slow cart in the 180. Someone's got a little bit of mechanical issues that will slow the field up. Wiggle, waggle, light up the tires, a little bit of onboard feed there. Now you can see what it's like to be in a cart. It's pretty quick out there. We're going to have a rolling start. So we'll have a form up down the back straight as they make their way towards Golf Club. Get them all underway, sorted out. They'll be under full caution yellow, double flags, double yellows, which means you need to slow down, take it easy. And they're working their way now out of Golf Club up towards the pit lane. You'll see them come out there. They come out now. They're going to split those tram lines. We're going to go racing pretty shortly, folks. There's your start-finish line. They split the tram lines. Look at that onboard shot. Get the hammer down, and down you go down towards turn number 1. Have a look at that onboard as they roll around. It looks like it could be Nicholas Rose that leads out. And they make their way into the 180s. Well, Nick Rose has had a good day of it. So let's have a look, see what he does. As they roll around, all line astern out of the second 180. Take a right-hander down onto the back straight. We'll have drone feed. Have a look at that, folks. Isn't that a fantastic spectacle? As they come down towards... they're starting again. They've had a false start. The flags are out. So they need to slow right down. Slow the fun down is what the man said with the flag. So they slow it down. And they make their way back towards the tram lines. There we go. Nicely does it, gents. Double yellows are waving. It was a false start. And they come up towards the start-finish line once again. Onto the start-finish line. They will split those tram lines. They start feathering that throttle, and away they go. Away they go. Oh, have a look at this onboard shot. Oh, it's brilliant stuff. Have a look. See, this is what it looks like on the circuit, folks. And coming into the 180s, it's Roos again that takes the whole shot. They work their way around out of the 180s. Now making their way through that left right-hander down the back straight, and they stomp on that loud pedal and take their way down towards Golf Club. Hard on the gas. Oh, there's someone up on the inside. We'll pick it up. Roos got taken up by 2 drivers. They're going to cross the line pretty shortly, and we'll tell you who sits where. Chopping and changing. Out the front straight they go. Up over the line they go now. And it's Casey Enzer Smith. It's Jaden Goosen, Nicholas Roos, Ty van der Laan, Devin Naidu, Ethan Steer. Robinson's in there. Luca Verley. And they all make their way through. So Casey Enzer Smith's in the front. And I tell you something. He can be reeled in, but it's going to be a hard task. Keep an eye now. Nicholas Roos has moved up 1 place. Nice, is right up behind Casey Enzer Smith. Nicholas Roos is hungry. He wants 3 out of 3. Can he do it? Roos chasing the back end of Casey Enzer Smith now. Out of Boggs Bend, down past the Kiosk King, past the pit lane. And make their way up towards the main line. Up over the line now. Over the line they go. Casey Enzer Smith, Nicholas Roos, Jaden Goosen, Ty van der Laan, Devian Naidu, Luca Worley. That's your top 6. And they're all in it to win it. Well, as a matter of fact, everyone is. It's line astern. It's a high-speed train. And it's making its way down the back end of the circuit in the southerly direction, down towards Golf Club corner. Casey Enzer Smith leads out. Nicholas Roos sits right up there behind him. Nicholas has got a whole helmet full of plans as he sits there and watches on. But keep an eye on Jaden Goosen. Goosen sits there in 3rd. Luca Worley's up to 4th. Devian Naidu up. Someone's out. Van der Laan goes backwards. Robson in 6th. Have a look at that onboard shot as we go down towards turn number 1. Out of 1 they go towards the 180. Still Casey Enzer Smith leads on. Nicholas Roos sits there in 2nd place. Jaden Goosen in 3rd. They roll out, make their way down towards the southern part of the circuit. Look at those three front runners. They're absolutely nose to tail stuff. It's anybody's game. Enzo Smith goes into the corner there. Roos sitting right up behind him. Jaden Goosen is there. Anybody's game. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't want to be in the front three because you make the wrong decision. You're going to get eaten up alive as they come down past the main straight. Casey Enzo Smith. Roos looks up on the inside. Roos is having a peek. Does he get through? I think he's done enough. I think Roos takes the lead. Indeed he has. Roos goes to the front. They lead their way under the 180s now. And make their way down the back. Nicholas Roos has gone to the front. Casey Enzo Smith since... No, I lie. Jaden Goosen's gone through. Enzo Smith's gone back 2 places and Luca Worley sits in 4th. Well. Jaden Goosen, Nicholas Roos, the gloves are off. They're leading out. They have got 11 laps to go. Can Nicholas Roos maintain the status quo? Roos leads out. Goosen's there with him. Enzo Smith and Luca Worley is sitting right up there behind Casey Enzo Smith. Will Luca Worley want to do something? Worley's up on the inside. He moves up to 3rd. Luca Worley gets through there on Casey Enzo Smith. Well, Casey was leading. He's in 4th now. And Nicholas Roos leads out with Jaden Goosen right there. Luca Worley up into 3rd now. Casey Enzo Smith down to 4 with Divya Naidu in 5. Around the kink they go onto the main straight. Over the main straight they go. Nicholas Roos, Jaden Goosen, Luca Worley, Casey Enzo Smith, Divya Naidu. That's your top 5. Look at that high-speed camera shot going down towards turn number 1. Brilliant stuff there now. Into the 180s. Nicholas Roos, Jaden Goosen, and Luca Worley sits there in 3rd and is closing down on the back of Goosen. This is interesting stuff. Down the back straight they go. And into Golf Club go the leaders. There they work their way through there. And Nicholas Roos is working there with Jaden Goosen. Luca Worley's trying to close down. Can he get in touch with those front 2? They go past the start finish line. And 8 laps to go. Nicholas Roos leading out. Roos leads out into the 180s with Goosen and Worley is there. Luca Worley getting closer to Goosen as Nicholas Roos leads out. Roos down the back straight, making his way there. Beautiful aerial shot from our camera. And into Golf Club they go. Still Roos in front. Jaden Goosen, Luca Worley, Casey Enzo Smith. Dan Robertson sits there in 5th. Divya Naidu down to 6. Jason McBeath sits there in 7th. Ty van der Laan sits in 8th. They're all having a good scrap of it, but it's still this man Nicholas Roos who's leading out. And Luca Worley is getting close. Worley is getting close to that 2nd place there of Jaden Goosen. Will Worley mount a challenge? He's in the white helmet with the red suit. He's in P3. Luca Worley is right there behind Goosen. There's Worley sitting up behind Goosen. Will he mount a challenge? We'll have to wait and see. And a little bit of dust going as someone's cut the dirt. Nicholas Roos is still leading out up over the line. There goes Roos. And there goes Worley. Right up behind him. Worley looks up on the inside and Worley slides up into 2nd place. Luca Worley has been working on. He gets Goosen there. Opis, while he's really riding a very good race and a very tidy performance here from Luca Worley. He didn't have a bit of good luck in the earlier stages, but now he's come to the 4. Man, oh man, is he flying. So Luca Worley down into Golf Club. He rolls around. He's chasing down Nicholas Roos. He's got a 2nd to make up. You can see Roos in front of him there. Jaden Goosen sits up behind him. Casey Enzo Smith down in 4th. Robson in 5th. McBeath in 6th. And Nicholas Roos down into turn 1. Luca Worley sits there in 2nd place with Goosen up behind him. I'm sure Goosen will want to come back at this one. But looking at the body language of Luca Worley there. Oh! Look at this beautiful onboard camera stuff. Woo! You gotta have your P's and Q's in check here because it gets very close. You've actually got to trust your competitor not to brake check you because then it's going to be turn nasty. But Nicholas Roos still leading out. Luca Worley holds up on second place there with Jaden Goosen sitting right up there behind him. Casey Enzer Smith in P4. They make their way over the line now, and they've got 4 laps left. 4 laps left as they make their way into turn number 1. And Nicholas Roos already making his way down into the 180s. Goes into the 180s Valley, trying his utmost to keep Jaden Goosen behind him. Yeah, a little bit of onboard camera stuff from some of the mid-pack drivers. Unfortunately, that's the 98. So 98 would be Divya Naidu. So Taya van der Laan's up behind Divya Naidu. Nice to see the onboard cameras coming off the cars there. So if they can do it at Formula 1, we can do it at karting. And that's the way we roll in Cape Town. Lovely stuff. But still, Nicholas Roos leading out across the line. 3 laps to go. Takes down turn number 1. Keeps it nice and tidy as he rolls around. So too does Luca Worley and Jaden Goosen. 4th place there. Casey Enzer Smith. Robinson in 5. McBeath in 6. And Luca Worley trying his utmost there to keep Jaden Goosen behind him. Look at this lovely onboard stuff here through the 180s. It's as tight as it can be. Work their way out, but here we go. They're going to cross the line pretty shortly as they work their way down past the pit lane. Wait for Nicholas Roos to cross the line. He crosses the line. We've got 2 laps to go. Roos into 1. Worley. Goosen. Oh, it's close. It's too close for comfort. Worley's got to keep. And look at that. Goosen slides up on the inside and relegates Worley to 3rd. Well, I was waiting for that maneuver to happen anytime soon. Goosen, biding his time, has now taken Worley for 2nd. Can Luca Worley come back at him? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but Goosen is on a flyer. I don't think they're going to reel in Nicholas Roos. He's 1.7 seconds down the road. There he goes. He's going to cross the line to start his final lap. There's the board. Final lap, says the flag marshal. Nicholas says, thank you, uncle. And Jaden Goosen staving off the attentions of Luca Worley. Is he going to come back at him? Chasing hard down into the 180s is Luca Worley. Casey Enzer Smith's a little bit back. They're in the 180s. There comes Roos. There comes Worley now, chasing hard on the back of Goosen. But I think Goosen has done enough to hold on to 2nd place. He bided his time. He strategized well. We're looking towards the checkered flag. Here comes Nicholas Roos over the line. Roos over the line. And here comes Jaden Goosen. Goosen gets the flag with Worley. And Roos takes the win. Fantastic stuff there. Casey Enzer Smith takes P4. Ty Robinson 5. McBeath 6. Van der Laan 7th. Divya Naidu 8th. And the rest of the field coming through. So Misha Williams doing very well in 9th place ahead of Ethan Steer. So that was a fantastic, fantastic race. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a break and we'll come back for the final race of the day, which is the Mini ROK. Just wait for them to get off circuit. We'll give you Nicholas Roos, the winner of the day. Also one of the quickest laps. And we'll just wait for the official. There you go. Nicholas Roos takes from Jaden Goosen, Luca Worley, Casey Enzer Smith, Tyler Robinson, Jason McBeath, Taya van der Laan, Divya Naidu, Misha Williams, Ethan Steer, Lwandle Pule, and Simone Jacobs. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant 12-card battle out there. Right, folks, welcome back to Killarney International Raceway. We are looking forward to the final race of the day, the Mini ROK. And there's one of the X-Prix carts, one of the new X-Prix. And getting ready, that's a young Ethan Lennon, who we had an interview with earlier today. Oh, look at the strapping lad, picks his own cart up together with his pit mechanic. Gets the muscles warmed up, ready to rock and roll. And, well, chomping at the bit, he's going to be having it out with Reese Curzon and a couple of the other young lads. One of the regional races, one of the Rotax races, busy finishing off. And it's checkered flag. Race been taken there by Joaquin de Oliveira. Joshua Smith's in there. And coming second. And Ethan Lennon waving at the camera. Ricky Pettigrew having a chat to him from For the Win Racing. The sponsor, the Schumacher carts, are there too. So too are the parallel. That's right, wave at the camera, lad. It's the last heat of the day. They're all readying themselves up. We're looking forward to some brilliant racing.
That overlay is not correct. That's the previous race. Overlay. I can try. Yeah, it's the previous race.
Well, there's the feed in the pre-race paddock. Jude Stewart there on camera. All the lads chomping at the bit. It's a large field, this one. The Mini ROK. There's about 20 odd carts out there ready to go racing. Everybody getting their final word in with their steeds. So we're going to be ready to go pretty shortly. So we're just waiting for one of the regional races to finish off. We're nearing completion. Our roving camera down in pit lane, chatting or having a look at all the drivers. And all-inclusive racing. Everybody takes part in this. No matter your color, your creed, your religion, we don't mind what you do as long as you come racing. Squadra course driver there. Some beautiful array of helmets. Helmets always seems to be the thing in karting. Some beautiful renditions as we have a look at all the different helmets there with the overlays. And some of them putting their names on the side there. You see Ashton with his name on the side there. The kart. The timer. Timing device on the front there. Iridium visor. Basically to deflect the light. They either ride with a dark tinted visor or an iridium visor. That gold iridium creates a nice bit of sun deflection, a little bit of a tint in the helmet. So it's soft on the eyes. There's the blue iridium on the Arai helmet. Plain white Arai. Always a pretty sight to have a nice plain white helmet. It's like a golfer with a pair of white shoes and white gloves. It always looks nice. Sorry, I'm making all the reference to golf. Like I'm a golfer. There's a nice gold helmet with a gold iridium. Lovely stuff here from the lads. So they all have their own little painting designs on their helmets. Nowadays they do it with wrapping. There's no more spray painting, although some people do spray their helmets still. They do it with wrapping. It's a heat shrink that gets put on the helmet. Plain white, always pretty. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, there's a lovely livery. Alpine Star suit. Yes. Wave, because you are going to be in a war zone pretty shortly. Well, our final race of the day beckons, and we will be soon go racing, and we're very excited to go racing. The checkered flag is out now for the regional race, and we'll soon go racing, and we'll let you experience the final race of the day, which is the mini ROK race. After that, we'll have an half an hour break, and then we'll come back with the prize giving, which is getting done according to the COVID protocols. Well, the prizes will not be handed over to the drivers, but they'll collect their prizes. So we might interview one or two of the winners. So we'll let you know what happens there.
Where is it down here? Yes, we will do it. Okay.
Right, so the lads there in pit lane chomping at the bit. They want to go racing. Chief Marshal Michelle walks down pit lane. She's busy getting everyone sorted out. A couple of the last carts getting sorted. Ethan Lennon hops into his Xpree cart there. Just waiting for the go-ahead from the marshals and the clerk of the course. So my producer standing here on the right hand side, getting all his camera shots sorted out. Look at that fantastic aerial view there from the drone up above pit lane. See all the ROK little blown up bridge there, air driven, and well, they're going to be going soon. And well, it won't be too long before we start the final heat of the day at the South African National ROK Championships down here at Killarney International Raceway down in Cape Town, South Africa. All the viewers around the world, welcome that you've joined us. We're glad to have you together with us. And we sincerely hope that you're having a wonderful day and enjoying all this exciting racing as much as we are. Fortunately, no spectators. It's only the crew that you see around, one or two parents that are with their youngsters. Otherwise, it's pit mechanics and pit crew together with the drivers and their machines. Setting up in our production tower here on the northern side of the circuit, and the carts roll out. Right, so we're about to go racing. A rather large field. There's about 21, 22 carts out here, and they'll go out for a warm-up lap before they form up. Look at this onboard view. Oh, this is absolutely beautiful. As they make their way down to turn one, look at the drone rolling there with him. Back onto our camera feed as they go into turn one, making their way down towards the 180 complex. They roll out of the 180 complex, make their way down towards the southern part of the circuit to Golf Club Corner, down the back straight. They slow up as they form up. They're all going to form up now in their respective positions. Easy does it. Look at that lovely onboard shot. Everyone's saying we've got to go racing. Reese Curzon, a little bit of antics in the front, trying to get into the mind there of young Ethan Lennon. Lennon's having. Watch that beautiful onboard drone footage as they roll around out of Golf Club. Around Golf Club they come now. They're going to go into a right, a left hand, and a right again. There we go. Double yellows, full caution yellow. Keep it nice and slow, gents, as you work your way towards the tram lines. It's the final heat of the day. The gloves are off. It's a full-blown 12-lap race. They come out of the final turn past the pit lane. They're going to hang a right now. They're going to split the tram lines. They're going to come up towards the lights. They come up towards the light. The lights go off and away they go. Off they go, and look how they're jostling for positions. You don't want to relinquish your position now as you go down into turn one. Around turn 1 they go. Coming up to the first 180. Trying to pick up, is it Lennon that's got the lead? I think Lennon's in the lead. And they work their way out of the 180s. Look at this jostling for positions. It's hard work. Down the back straight they go towards Golf Club. Into the Golf Club they go. They work their way around. I can't call it a golf wood or a driver because they're the drivers. So they come into the Golf Club. Out of Golf Club they come down past the pit complex. Work their way around. The lead is coming out now. Going over the start-finish line. Up over the start-finish line they go. They're driving hard. And make their way out of the turn number 1. Working their way down towards the 180s. Timing overlay?
We're getting it from them.
Right, so Carter's leading out there. It looks like it's Lennon that leads out as they make their way down the back straight. Down the back straight they come, heads down as they make their way down towards Golf Club. It's a whole array of Carters working their way down. And they work their way out of Golf Club. Hang a left-hander, then a right-hander past the pit complex. It's pretty quick racing out there, folks. Let me tell you that much. And pushing hard. Everyone's in it to win it, I can assure you. They are pressing hard. Everyone pressing hard. Some nice onboard shots there. So they work their way through the 180s. It's hard. Look at how those tires are squirming under the pressure now through the 180s. Down the back straight they go. And it looks like Lennon's got quite a good lead as he leads out. He doesn't want to be disturbed. He wants to try and put this one. Curzin's lying third. Curzin is third. He needs to catch Lennon. It's his main rival. Curzin lying third. Coming down into turn number 1. Look at these onboard camera shots. Absolutely brilliant. Curzin working hard. Curzin's looking up on the inside of that 180. Is he going to come through? No, he gets blocked. He can't get through. And Lennon leads out. Well, Curzin's got to try and catch Lennon. If Lennon gets away, Lennon will take it for the day. He's already got 2 firsts. Lennon streaking out front. Unopposed. Into Golf Club he goes. He works his out the left-right-hander, then makes his way past the pit complex. Ethan Lennon is leading out. The rest of the field are trying to close down on him. Can he do anything about that? Well, I don't know if he can. We'll have to wait and see. But Curzin's third. Curzin looking up on the inside. Curzin screams through to second. He squeezes his way through. So Curzin up to second now. He's going to go in search of Lennon. And Lennon trying to streak out front. Curzin very quick. He'll try and close down on the back of Lennon as he makes his way down towards Golf Club. There goes Lennon. There comes Curzin. Can Curzin close down? This is where it's at. Curzin under a bit of threat there. Curzin chasing on the back of Lennon. The rest of the field following suit there. Whole array of Carters. Curzin trying to close down on the back of Lennon. Can he? It's a 12-lap race. It's anybody's race still to be. Look at this lovely onboard shot in the Schumacher kart. It's fast. It's pretty. Now we have the aerial view as they make their way down towards Golf Club. Ethan Lennon leading out. Reese Curzin trying to close him down. Curzin in second place. They've been at the sharp end of the field most of the day. And Curzin's getting closer to Lennon. Curzin's definitely closing up on Lennon. So it's all happening out there at the moment. Look at that lovely aerial shot of that 180 complex as they work their way through there. There's Ethan Lennon leading out. Reese Curzin in second, trying to close him down. They work their way around. They take that right, long right-hander. sweep up. A couple of yellow flags waving into the 180s. There might have been a going off by someone in the mid-pack. Lennon leads out. Down into Golf Club. Out of Golf Club he goes down past the pit complex. Pressing hard. Curzon's coming. Curzon is coming. Can he close down on the back of Lennon? Lennon leads out. Lennon gets his head down as he goes into turn number 1. Here comes Reese Curzon. Well, Curzon bringing out his A game here. He got a little bit of a penalty early on. He's setting down 5 places, so all he's worried about is taking the win, and he's closing down on Ethan Lennon. Can Ethan Lennon stay out front? Lovely aerial shot here of the leaders as they make their way down towards Golf Club. It's a brilliant drive from young Ethan Lennon, that too from Reese Curzon. Curzon pressing hard. It's the final race of the day. Can Curzon reel in Lennon and try and take the win? As far as Lennon is concerned, he's here for the win. That's why sponsored by For the Win Racing. Up over the line they go. Down to turn number 1. Late on the brakes, in goes Lennon, in goes Curzon. Curzon's closing down on Lennon. It's anybody's race. Lennon and Curzon are at it again, hammer and tongs. They'll start chopping and changing pretty shortly. Curzon wants to prove a point that he can win a race. Lennon has got other ideas. He's saying to him, no, you stay behind me, as they make their way down towards the southern part of the circuit, down to Golf Club. Golf Club they go. You get a stomp on the brakes pretty late there into the corner. You reel it around. It's a long sweeping right hand, and suddenly you flick it left. Long left and then right again, down past the pit complex. Here comes Lennon with Curzon. You can hear the buzz of Curzon up behind him now. He's going to cross the line. Well, they cross the line. There goes Lennon. Lennon gets his head down, speeding down into turn number 1. Curzon right there with him. Curzon in the parallel, pressing hard, trying to reel in Lennon. Lennon and Curzon at it again. Lennon around the second 180. Curzon sits there right up behind him. Is he going to try and pounce going down? He's going to try and draft him going up towards Golf Club. Curzon sits there and hangs on his tail. They come around into Golf Club. Nice and close. Lennon knows Curzon's there, so he's going to have to maybe go just a slight bit defensive. Can he keep him off? Curzon's got other ideas. Coming up over the start-finish line down towards turn number 1. Curzon's going to probably step out now. No, he doesn't. He stays behind Lennon. He's playing a mind game. He's playing mind games with him. They're going to enter the 180 complex. There's Lennon, there's Curzon. Curzon looks up on the inside. Lennon keeps the door slightly shut. Takes a tighter line into the second 180. Can Curzon get through? Well, it's to be seen. At the 180 complex, down the back straight they go. Lennon looks over his shoulder again and sees Curzon's there. They drop their heads to get under the wind. Into Golf Club. Oh, this is nail-biting stuff. It's the final heat of the day. Can Lennon make it 3 out of 3? Curzon sits there with him. He's right on his bumper. As he makes one mistake, Curzon will be there for easy pickings. Curzon looks on the inside. Curzon takes the lead. Slides up on the inside of Lennon. Now Lennon will want to come back at him. He'll want to come back at him now. Curzon, Lennon up on the inside. Curzon goes sharp on the inside. Manages to sustain that lead. But Lennon will come straight back at him, I can assure you. Down the back straight they go. Reese Curzon, Ethan Lennon. Lennon goes to the outside of the circuit. Curzon up on the inside. Takes the inside line. Dives up on the inside. And Lennon's... Oh! What a maneuver! What a maneuver. He outwitted Curzon. I think Curzon nearly went off. But Lennon outwitted him brilliantly there. Slipped up on the inside and got beautiful drive. And it's checkered flag time. Checkered flag time for Ethan Lennon. He takes it from Reese Curzon. What a brilliant, brilliant race. Unbelievable. Down to the final wire. Can you believe it? It has to be the absolute win of the day. Took him down in the final corner, caught him napping, sold him the dummy, flicked up in the inside of Golf Club and flew through. He has to be ecstatic with that win, young Ethan Lennon. I'm telling you what, you cannot do the sponsors more proud than that and have them win the last and the final heat of the day. Oh, folks, this has been absolutely brilliant, brilliant, brilliant stuff. Well, I can tell you something. Give us half an hour. We'll have prize giving. It's going to go out live to all the carters that have been out today. We hope they've had a wonderful time. They have produced some spectacular performances. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. I promise you it's been absolutely pleasing to be able to sit Mike's side and commentate on these fine young drivers out there in their four-wheeled machines. And it's been brilliant, brilliant, brilliant stuff. Well, I'm going to say to my production team here, they've done sterling work, camera work out of the top drawer. To my drone pilots, I believe we've got two of them here. They've been flying around doing a fantastic job. We've had some onboard footage, we've had some static footage. I don't think it gets any better than this. And to Lawrence van Rensburg and his team, I think they've done a wonderful job, and I'm sure that everyone's enjoyed it. Don't forget, this will stay on YouTube, so you can always go back and revisit it. And young Ethan Lennon, congratulate everybody's dad, Gary Lennon and co. All very, very excited. Yeah, boy, punch the clouds. I'd be as happy as a, I don't know, just very happy as a bubble in a bath. Yes, thumbs up. I agree. Nothing wrong with that. What's the next step? Formula One. Why not, eh? Hang in there, lad. Times are a beckoning. Gets congratulations from his pit crew there, Ricky Pettigrew. And young Ethan Lennon ecstatic with that win. That maneuver in the final corner in Golf Club sold the dummy to Curzon, forced him wide, dived up on the inside, and relished the opportunity to come up over the line and take the final win of the day. Well, from me, Mike's side, Francois Butler, it's been an absolute pleasure having you folk join me this afternoon. I want to thank you one and all for allowing me into your living room, your office, wherever you may be. And it's been absolute fun. We will be back in about 30 minutes time for the prize giving. So don't run away. Go have a cup of tea, have a cool drink, a bun, a pie, whichever you feel. And we'll chat shortly. I'm just going to knock off the radio now. We'll leave you with the live footage that you see at the moment, and we'll see you at the prize giving. Folks, thank you. It's been a privilege and honor to be able to commentate to you today. I'll be signing off now and see you at prize giving.